Chapter 1. Raison d'être, the road to intelligence. The landscape changes. On Feb 24, 2005, I was driving at night along a busy road when I noticed a well-equipped cyclist riding on my left. He was strapped from head to toe in safety gear, from a fashionable helmet to elbow and knee guards. I overtook him. Then, at a road junction, as I was waiting for the lights to turn green, I saw him coming from behind. He chanced upon a moment of opportunity when the cross-traffic was thin and shot past the red light. What an incredibly foolish thing for the cyclist to do. At first glance, in all appearance and style, the cyclist was following all safety precautions and would have been credited with being a safe cyclist. However, his behavior was incredibly unsafe. We make this same mistake when we equate knowledge and passing exams with the ability to process information and solve problems intelligently. In the past, there is a common perception that if people can demonstrate that they have lots of information, they are intelligent. Increasingly, this perception is changing as we realize that in order to operate intelligently in a multi-ordinate world, skillful thinking is prized above just having lots of information. 3. Raison d'être. In numerous surveys around the world, employers have lamented that they are disappointed with the product of the school system. Laura Tyson, Dean of the London Business School, commenting on a recent 2004 survey of 100 executives, said, MBA graduates' requirements could be summed up as follows: the need for more thoughtful, more aware, more sensitive, more flexible, more adaptive managers who could be molded into global executives. These 100 executives were from 20 companies, such as U.S. General Electric, Swatch Group, Banyan Tree Hotels and Resorts. Tharman Shanmugaratnam, Singapore's education minister, aptly puts it that education needs to be restructured to produce people with what the real world looks for. Its key function should be to prepare people for the test of life, rather than students for a life of tests. Ever since the term intelligence quotient was made ubiquitous after Alfred Binet coined it in 1905, the definition of intelligence has been the bugbear of many educational psychologists. Over the years, the rift between what IQ stood for and what it stood against became increasingly discomforting for many researchers. While IQ became a simplistic way of defining what was once a fuzzy idea, it also threw up many more questions that demanded answers. The first question that begs the world of IQ is, can IQ, or intelligence, be increased with training? Research has since proven that through instructional training, IQ can certainly be increased. The quantum, however, is debatable, ranging from a few points to a respectable 1 standard deviation, about 15 points. In a study by Lloyd and Humphrey, IQ scores jumped 15 points between 1917 and 1942 due to better education. The second question is IQ a good predictor of success in life? Raison d'être, I fear. Increasingly, research by educators such as Howard Gardner and David Perkins, and our own experience, is showing us that IQ is not a good predictor of success in life. While recent research and discoveries in the world of education may shift the focus from IQ, it begs another question. What then should we be teaching our students? What skills can we equip them with that would still be relevant in a society they will inherit 20 years from now? How can we teach them to be intelligent? What skills would be needed to create a more thoughtful, considerate, and intelligent society? A quick survey of the landscape reveals that there are several major landmark discoveries and thinking in the field of intelligences and teaching for thinking that have left their mark in the world today. 1905. Alfred Binet developed the IQ test to measure the intelligence of students in France. In 1904, a French psychology group, La Société Libre pour l'étude psychologique de l'enfant, which Binet was a member of, was commissioned by the French government to create a way of identifying students in need of alternative education. This led Binet to the development of the IQ tests. In his pursuit, Binet wanted to find a way to measure the ability of normal children to think and reason in any particular field. He developed a test in which children were asked to do tasks such as following instructions, copying patterns, naming objects, or putting things in sequence or categories. He created a scale by giving these tests to a wide range of children. For example, if 70% of a population of 10-year-olds passed a particular test, then success on the test represented a 10-year-old's level of intelligence. 5. I raison d'être. The IQ then is a ratio of the mental age to chronological age, hence the term quotient. Therefore, 100 represents the average, or the 50th percentile, so an 8-year-old who passes the 10-year-old test would have an IQ of 10/8 x 100 equals 125. This Binet test was used by the U.S. government to classify a vast number of recruits during World War I. Binet was aware of the limitation of his scale. He expounded on the diversity of intelligence and the need to study it from a qualitative perspective in addition to the quantitative aspect. He conceded that intelligence varies with environmental factors and is not solely determined by genetics. 1974. Tony Buzan, inventor of mind maps, coined the term mental literacy, which means having the knowledge and understanding of how your brain works. He was intrigued by the workings of the brain. He believes that intelligence has been too loosely defined and that everyone, given the right techniques, can increase their intelligence. The research into the brain and how it works are only at the seminal stages, and there is so much we have yet to understand. Buzan believes that people can become more intelligent if they are taught the right formulae in connection with how their brain works. Therefore, central to the work of Buzan is teaching people to know how to learn, process information, think, and develop themselves for increasingly better human performance. He also coined another term, holanthropy, to describe the process of understanding the relationship between mind and body and how to improve the quality of thinking and living. 1983, Howard Gardner, professor of cognition and education at Harvard Raison d'Etre I-6 Graduate School of Education, published his theory of multiple intelligences. Gardner postulated that it is too simplistic to think about intelligence as a single dimension, like an IQ score. While Alfred Binet and his associates' work developed a platform to define and measure intelligence, Gardner believed that this alone was inadequate. For him, it does not explain the multiplicity of intelligences, and it does not provide a good correlation with the observed behaviors of intelligences in real-life experiences. For Gardner, intelligence means the ability to solve problems and to create products or services that are valued in a society. After much research, he postulated that a human being has 8 definable intelligences, namely musical, interpersonal, kinesthetic, mathematical/logical, naturalistic, verbal/linguistic, and spatial. Each of these intelligences can be developed with proper training. Circa 1990. David Perkins, senior professor of education and founding member of Project Zero at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, proposes that there are 3 components of intelligence: neural, experiential, and reflective intelligence. Of these 3, neural intelligence is what you have been born with, somewhat inherited. Experiential and reflective intelligence can be gained and taught. Experiential intelligence is gained through situational 7I raison d'etre learning and is developed in relation to specific skills, such as a job or a trade. Reflective intelligence is what he terms as mindware, and it can be advanced through learning. Circa 1992, Arthur Costa, professor emeritus of the California State University, defined the habits of mind as a set of intelligent behaviors that will help people become more thoughtful. These habits are formed over time, much like the way rivers, ravines, and mountain ranges are formed over time by the repeated action of water and wind over the landscape. The habits of mind are a combination of both cognitive as well as affective aspects of human behavior. These powerful combinations have been used in schools and in various parts of the world to develop proficient thinkers and problem solvers. The new story of the tortoise and the hare. Somewhere in the bee rainforest, there was once a tortoise named Toto and a hare named Harry. Toto and Harry lived in the bee rainforest. They were part of a community of animals that lived very well with each other. Each animal knew that they were born with some natural attributes. Toto, although he could not run very fast, was a good thinker. He also had a pretty hard shell to take the hard knocks that he encountered in the forest, such as if a fruit were to fall on him. Harry, however, had a soft body, but he sure ran fast. One cool, breezy evening, the animals sat around the fire and started to ask philosophical questions. Larry the lion wondered if each animal could train themselves in other skills. That question started everyone in the forest thinking. The next day, Rocco the raccoon felt that perhaps one way to find out if they could add to their skills was to put it to the test. He suggested that Toto and Harry race each other. In the first race, all the animals came to watch them, as Toto and Harry went to the starting point. As the chief cockerel gave a loud cry, off they went. As expected, Toto ambled along as hard as he could, while Harry hopped quickly into the horizon. Not too long after that, Harry came bouncing into the finish line and won the race. That evening, the animals sat round the fire and had a discussion. Larry felt that while Harry had won the race, it was rather unnatural. Ophelia the owl wondered what Larry meant. Larry explained that in his prowling, he observed that actual paths taken by all the land animals usually covered hills, valleys, rivers, and muddy terrains. He suggested that the real test of skills should cover all of these areas. The animals concurred that a second race should be organized, this time covering all the terrains. At this second race, even more animals came to watch. Some curious animals from the neighboring forests came too, as word had spread that a unique test was about to take place in the bee rainforest. Off they went, and Toto ambled along while, as usual, Harry bounced away. Soon they came to the river. Harry, knowing that he could not swim, had to wait for his friend Coco the crocodile. While waiting for Coco, Toto arrived at the river bank and effortlessly glided into the water and waddled his way across the river. Finally, after an hour's wait, Coco came along and gave Harry his much-needed ride across to the other side. Harry hopped quickly and managed to overtake Toto. Then a nasty sight confronted Harry. It was a mud patch. Harry let out a big sigh and jumped onto it. The mud gave him no bounce, and so he trudged slowly across the patch. Halfway, though, Toto glided and slid past him. Then came the hill. Harry felt the pull of gravity draining his energy, while Toto, because of his low center of gravity, was able to match the speed of Harry. At the finishing line, both Harry and Toto came in, almost neck to neck. But Toto won this time. At the fireside conversation, Larry made his grand observation. He believed that each animal had different skills that allowed them to handle different problems well, and that they would do even better if they could best learn the skills from each other so that they could be even better. So Harry well learnt how to swim. Toto had some training to make his flipper turn faster. Both were also taught many strategies to help solve problems they might face in the bee rainforest. Larry announced confidently at the subsequent fireplace conversation that he thought that bee rainforest had found new ways to make their lives better, and so Larry thinks, making education relevant. We have been stuck to a way of education, largely unchanged since it was established 150 years ago. We have inherited an educational system that has arisen from the needs of the Industrial Revolution, which took place almost 150 years ago. This was followed by the Information Revolution, the computer revolution, and the telecommunications revolution, and now we are at the cusp of the learning revolution. But many attitudes and assumptions about education remain unaltered. At the time of the Industrial Revolution, basic skills were lacking as people from the farming communities flocked to the big cities to find more lucrative work. The need then was to teach people to read, write, count, and carry out instructions. Less process thinking was required as most workers were deployed on production lines. In those days, information and knowledge were scarce commodities. As the Industrial Revolution created more jobs and wealth, it fueled consumerism and opened the doors to increased information flow through newspapers, magazines, books, television, and radio. Information became readily and cheaply available. With increased information flow, people began to question and think more. But nevertheless, such skills were scarcely taught. With the advent of computerization, the mundane and laborious work were taken over by machines, leaving workers to do more value-added work, otherwise known as thinking work. However, thinking skills were almost never taught. Following improved productivity brought about by the age of computers, there are now more elaborate and portable devices in telecommunications made available, and with the internet and the explosion of information and knowledge, workers now have access to instant information on a 24/7, a term used largely by the information and technology sector to mean 24 hours, 7 days a week, basis. With global information and knowledge available at the price of a broadband subscription, what is most needed now are workers who can process the information, assess its reliability, cross-reference it, and make informed decisions on the go. Such skills are scarcely taught. While the world has experienced 4 significant revolutions that have altered the way we think, communicate, and live our lives, education and the way we are taught have remained largely unchanged. This is out of sync with the needs of the real world. We are using 15th century tools to fight a 21st century. Chapter 2, Brain, the seat of SU and SCS around the 4th century. AD. Great thinkers like Aristotle said that the brain is an organ of minor importance, the seat of the soul and the control of voluntary movement, in fact, of nervous functions in general, are to be sought in the thinking that the brain is an organ of minor importance. Even today, many people are hardly conscious about the performance of the brain, let alone are able to use the knowledge of neuroscience to maximize its performance. The brain is indeed a difficult organ to study. During the early days of brain research, researchers often had to insert a probe into the subject's brain and use weak electrical signals or physical stimulation to study the functions of different parts of the brain. In other experiments, sometimes the subject animal had to be killed and its brain examined under the microscope in order to deduce effects of certain prolonged stimuli. Neuroscientists and psychologists believe that the past 18 years was an era of great emphasis on and discoveries about how the brain functions. In fact, the decade of the 1990s was declared the decade of the brain. The invention of instruments such as the MRI scan, PET scans, and EEG, and many other forms of non-invasive methods of examining the brain and its functions was like the invention of the microscope to the biologist, or the invention of the compass to the early explorers. Such is the significance of the era we now live in. There has been more knowledge discovered in the past 5 years than in the last 300 years. Despite all of this new knowledge, Nobel laureate Murray Gell-Mann said, "In most spheres of knowledge, what we don't know far exceeds what we do know. Brain research is no exception." 4 main types of tools were responsible for the much of the recent knowledge acquired about brain functions. MRI, magnetic resonance imaging. In this process, the body is exposed to a magnetic field, which reflects off the body. Through the reflection, the machine can measure the energy. Recently, An additional technique called functional MRI allows researchers and scientists to view a continuous moving image of brain activity. PET, positron emission tomography. In PET scans, the subject is injected with a tracer chemical containing an isotope that gives off particles called positrons. This chemical is very close to the molecular structure of glucose and therefore tricks the brain into using it like glucose. Since glucose is the chief fuel used by brain cells, this form of scan allows scientists to detect brain activity. EEG, electroencephalogram. EEG detects and records brainwaves and can be used to study how the brain reacts to various environmental factors. Magnetoencephalography. Magnetoencephalography, MEG, is a non-invasive technique. Human history becomes more and more a race between education and catastrophe. H.G. Wells. For localizing and characterizing the electrical activity of the central nervous system by measuring the associated magnetic fields emanating from the brain. Every current generates a magnetic field, according to the right-hand rule of physics. This same principle is applied in the nervous system, whereby the longitudinal neuronal current flow generates an associated magnetic field beyond the womb's gates. We consider that a staggering 60% of the human genes are dedicated to brain development, despite the fact that the brain only forms about 2% of the adult body in weight. We begin to understand the importance nature has placed on the brain. Ironically, it was not until recent years that we have begun to place some importance on the workings of the brain and how we can make better use of it. Previously, we had far more knowledge of how the heart or the kidneys work than how the brain works. Now we are entering an age of an explosion of knowledge about the brain. It is now known that after birth, most of the 1 million or so neurons do not form connections, and when they do not do so, they die. It is interesting to note that these connections are formed by early childhood experiences, and so allows the brain to localize the development. In a way, it is like a computer's hard disk drive. It is only loaded with some basic operating system, but the actual application software has not been loaded because the computer has not been loaded. Because computers have not been loaded, what its function would be. Because of the complexity of forming the human brain, the genetic coding required to predetermine the functions it needs to perform would be too demanding a task. It therefore creates more neurons than it would eventually require, and then allows the environment. College is not the place to go for ideas. Helen Keller. To shape the synapses that these neurons will form. Unformed synaptic pathways will then eventually die, deconstruct. Other researchers, who take the more Darwinistic approach, believe that the excess neurons are actually there to allow for the person to interact with the environment. More interaction, the more connections, and therefore more neurons will be preserved. Shall examine this effect later. In greater detail. Peter Utenlocher, professor of pediatrics and neurology at the University of Chicago, observed that a child's brain has many more synapses than an adult's. Density of synapses remains high until about 10 years of age, after which they gradually decline until late adolescence, wherein only about half of the synapses remain. Thereafter, the number remains relatively constant, or so it is thought. In the early years, a child's brain forms as many as twice the synapses found in an adult's. If synapses are continually used, they stay active, otherwise they die. Although cell death takes place constantly, a heightened period occurs during puberty. Forming connections is the key task of brain development, and brain development is affected by nourishment, environment, and the stimulation a baby receives before and after birth. Each neuron is capable of connecting to at least 500 other neurons, forming the neural pathways. 75% of brain development occurs outside the womb, And this fact has profound implications for cognitive psychology. It logically means that the learning that takes education is a method whereby one acquires a higher grade of prejudices. Lawrence J. Peter Place. Outside the womb can influence 75% or even more of the development of the brain. Neural pathways grow very quickly in the first 3 years of life. By 3 years of age, a child's brain is 2.5 times more active than an adult's. A child has a higher level of neurotransmitters and utilizes more glucose in the brain. When a child reaches the age of puberty, the neurons in the brain start to trim. Brain cells that have not formed neural pathways are trimmed off. When a stimulus activates a neural pathway, the synapses in that pathway receive a chemical signal. With repeated stimulation, this pathway becomes more efficient. That is, the signal becomes stronger by virtue of the increased efficiency of the neural pathway. When that strength reaches a threshold, the synaptic connection becomes immune to the trimming process. John Pinell of the University of British Columbia noted that the reason why neurons die is because they cannot not access neurotrophins, life-preserving chemicals that are supplied to neurons by the action of a stimuli. The absence of neurotrophins triggers a program inside the neuron that causes it to kill itself. The trimming process is therefore directly related to the amount of learning that has taken place. A child who has the opportunity to engage in more learning would have a denser, more connected brain when they pass into adulthood than one who has not. In this sense, a dense brain is contrary to the derogatory term of being dense. Neurons go through 3 stages of development. Proliferation. The brain is a wonderful organ. It starts working the moment you get up in the morning and does not stop until you get into the office. Robert Frost. Migration. Differentiation proliferation occurs during cell division by mitosis. This happens during the prenatal period, with the 7th month after conception marking the end of the proliferation process. After the cells are formed during the proliferation stage, they migrate to their permanent places in the brain. This takes place during the first 5 months after conception. Thus, the 2 stages of proliferation and migration overlap each other. The migration process is very important because mistakes in migration will give rise to learning disorders such as dyslexia and schizophrenia, among other conditions. The 3rd stage is differentiation. This is when the neurons grow in size and start making connections with other neurons. Synapses are formed during this stage. Overall, the brain goes through another developmental growth phase called cerebral lateralization. During this phase, the 2 halves of the brain, cerebral hemispheres, become specialized in function. In right-handed people, the left hemisphere is specialized in processing, syntactic, and certain semantic aspects of language, as well as analytical, logical, or temporal information. The right hemisphere is better at processing intonational and pragmatic aspects of language, as well as nonverbal, spatial, and visual information. Myelination. Myelin is a fatty substance that surrounds the axons of neurons and helps to speed up the transmission of electrical impulses. I have never let my schooling interfere with my education. Mark Twain. In a modern analogy, it is like the insulation around an electrical wire that helps to prevent electrical leakage. When an axon is myelinated, it requires less electrical signals to send the message across. In other words, it is more sensitive to stimulation. The myelination process is slow, beginning from life in the womb to adolescence, and even beyond. The sensory system is the first to be myelinated. This happens when the baby is still in the womb and is completed by the first 12 months after birth. Essentially, this process ensures that the baby is born with fully developed sensory abilities. If we can postulate the sensory system is developed to enable the baby to respond to its environment and to start making sense, learning from the sensorial inputs of the environment. Dr. Maria Montessori hypothesized that the greatest and earliest experiences of learning comes from the five senses. She therefore created a systematic method of teaching using the five senses. She termed this sensorial education. Sensorial education should begin at birth. Children should be encouraged to use all their senses to learn. Parents, in particular, should not discourage their children from touching, smelling, tasting appropriately, hearing, and seeing. The second system of neurons to be myelinated is the motor areas. Other areas of the brain responsible for language, mathematical calculations, for example, are slower to be myelinated. These tend to take place continuously, right through into the early teens. While myelination increases the speed of transmission, it also has the added effect of filtering out interference to the cognitive processes in the neuronal activity. This means the child is able to focus on the task and become more attentive. However, the fool's brain digests philosophy into folly, science into superstition, and art into pedantry. Hence, university education. George Bernard Shaw. Implication of this is that it is also more difficult to change the cognitive behavior. David Bjorklund, professor at the Florida Atlantic University, believes that myelination is largely under genetic control because experiments on animals showed that the environmental factors only resulted in about 10 to 20% of change in the myelination processes. This is an important factor to consider in the educational development of children and provides more evidence to support the concept of sensitive periods in education. The neocortex is the part of the brain that is associated with higher-order thinking. It consists of two roughly equal halves, hemispheres, connected by a central bunch of nerves called the corpus callosum. The neocortex can be divided into regions. The prefrontal lobes are involved in higher cognition, but an interesting research revealed that one important function of the prefrontal lobes is the inhibition of responses in experiments on infants on the A-naught VIAB object permanence, where a toy is hidden in one of two wells. The infants are distracted for a delayed period of time and then allowed to retrieve the toy. Piaget reported that infants below 12 months of age have great difficulty in performing the task. The infants cannot inhibit their behavioral responses to look for the toy at the last well they have seen it. Never too early. Nobel Prize winners David Hubel and Torsten Wiesel conducted experiments on kittens. In one experiment, one eye of newborn kittens were covered for several months. When the scientists uncovered the eye, they were surprised to find that it was effectively blind. There were no neural pathways connected to the brain, despite the fact that the eye was perfectly functional and normal. Estimated amount of glucose used by an adult human brain each day, expressed in M&Ms, is 250. Anon. Author's comments. While this quote is in jest, the brain's main source of energy is really glucose. The brain had not received any signals from the eye, and therefore did not wire itself to receive such information. The second eye, which was not covered, had developed neural connections that would normally have been reserved for the other eye. In humans, brain development continues until about 10 years of age, after which a process called trimming occurs. This trimming occurs more in the cerebral cortex, where cognitive processes are governed. On average, 33 synapses are eliminated every second. This process allows the brain to focus on the neural pathways that are stronger and which have been more useful to the person. The start of the trimming process coincides with empirical evidence of the critical periods of language, music, and kinesthetic learning. Harry Chugani, Chief of Pediatric Neurology and Development Pediatrics at the Michigan Children's Hospital, Wayne State University, noted that until about age 12, the human brain could master cognitive functions that adults learn with more difficulty. Examples are learning a new language or playing a musical instrument. Harry Chugani and his colleagues have established that there are time spans when certain parts of the brain are more sensitive to environmental influences. Critical periods do not exist for the brain as a whole, but it seems that there are parts of the brain's circuitry that develops in waves. By studying the PET scans of the children who visited Chugoni's hospital, they discovered that at 1 month of age, the region controlling sensory motor functions exhibits high activity. By the 2nd to 3rd month of age, the visual and auditory areas show greater activity than the rest of the brain. By 8 months of age, the area of the brain responsible for emotions gets active. I prefer the company of peasants because they have not been educated sufficiently to reason incorrectly. Michel de Montaigne. Swiss educational psychologists Jean Piaget concluded almost 70 years ago that most children prior to the age of 12 are incapable of philosophical thinking. Essentially, that means they are incapable of engaging in metacognition. Gareth Matthews, with evidence that they can, he conducted experiments with children below 12 and engaged them in philosophical discussions. Matthew Lipman, professor of philosophy at Montclair State College and director of the Institute for the Advancement of Philosophy for Children, an advocate of teaching philosophy in schools, went further to say that teaching philosophy to children enhances critical thinking skills. Such new information is beginning to alter the way we teach our children. Never too late. New research at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign is revealing that an older people train reignites key areas of the brain and can offset age declines, therefore boosting cognitive performance. Participants were 32 men and women, ages 55 to 80, and 31 younger adults. Gerkai Eriksson, a research associate involved in the study, commenting about the effect of training on brain of young and old subjects, said that both old and young react pretty much the same way, even though they started differently, Eriksson said. Their brains do pretty much the same things with training. Judy Foreman, a lecturer on medicine at Harvard Medical School, believed that much of what scientists have learned over the past decade was too pessimistic. The aging brain is surprisingly plastic, capable of remodeling itself, growing new cells, and compensating in remarkable ways for the very real losses in processing speed that come with aging. The human brain starts working the moment you are born and never stops until you stand up to speak in public. George Jessel. In 1998, a team led by Fred H. Gage, a neuroscientist at the Salk Institute in La Jolla, California, showed that, contrary to popular belief, the adult human brain contains cells that can divide and become healthy, new neurons. What was really exciting was the fact that these dividing brain cells were found even in the hippocampus, a region crucial for learning and memory. It was also discovered that even in people as old as 72, dividing cells were present. The wonderful news is that the adult brain retains the capacity for cell genesis and neurogenesis, and this capacity persists throughout life. Additional research has revealed that the brain, as an organ of learning, has a biological need to keep learning. Once learning stops, the brain deteriorates quickly. Dr. Marjorie Silver, Associate Director and the Chief Neuropsychologist of the New England Centenarian Study, said that the brain has a biological need to learn. The more a person learns, the more he has the capacity to learn. Thus, each time the brain cells are completed, the training becomes even stronger, and she helps the person to stay highly functional. Generally, the second time you do exercise makes the brain stronger again. Change more brain. There is a sea anemone that once it has found a place to attach itself, actually eats its own brain, as it no longer needs one. Research in that area has shown that organisms that move the most and are constantly facing a changing environment have more highly developed brains. The main need is the ability to learn to adapt to its surroundings. If we consider that the function of the lungs is to facilitate the exchange of gases essential to the function of the body, The function of the kidneys is to clean the blood of waste, and the function of the stomach is to digest food so that the nutrients can be extracted. And education is the ability to listen to almost anything without losing your temper or your self-confidence. Robert Frost. By the intestines, then the function of the brain must be to learn and to adapt. We are speaking mainly of the cerebral cortex, as other parts of the brain, such as the mammalian brain, are known to regulate temperature, hormones, and other essential chemicals for control of muscular functions, etc. This is now truer than ever, as the human species itself is constantly creating and recreating its own environment and needs even more learning skills. Therefore, in an increasingly fast-changing society, and with the need to become more adaptable to our environment, we need a bigger brain. Or maybe just a more efficient one. Beliefs in training. In the area of educational psychology on motivation, brain research is still very dependent on empirical evidences. In a series of studies done by psychologist Robert Rosenthal, beginning in 1968, he told a group of teachers that certain students were expected to excel in their studies because of a test he gave to the students at the beginning of the school year. These IQ tests, however, had nothing to do with the predictions. Rosenthal simply drew the list of students at random. When this group was retested at the end of the school year, they actually improved on their IQ score by an astonishing 15 points over the others, control group, who were not selected. This and other tests Rosenthal engaged in and proved empirically that a teacher's high expectations have an impact on the performance of the student. In this case, it was measured by IQ score, but it would probably be true in other areas such as art, music, or even behavior. Nevertheless, there is only so much that changing beliefs can achieve. If we couple the beliefs with a well-structured, well-researched, to repeat what others have said requires education, to challenge it requires brains. Mary Pettibone Poole, Method of Training, tremendous improvements can be achieved. General cognitive psychology believes that the brain can comfortably take in a memory load of about 7 items. It is believed that memorizing more than 30 digits, spoken at 1 digit a second, would be almost impossible. In 2004, at the World Memory Championship in Manchester, Clemens Meyer recalled perfectly a 198-digit number, spoken at a rate of 1 digit a second. The cognitive limitation of the human brain has been breached by ordinary people who have been taught how to use it the way it was designed. Tony Buzan has been teaching and encouraging people to know how to use their brains and to break the often self-imposed limitation of human cognitive abilities. Habituation builds capacity. When synaptic pathways are stimulated, a chemical signal is stored. Repeated activation increases the strength of pathways, and after a number of repeats, pathways stay fixed, forming a habit. Neurological studies in animals show that after a single repetition, there is a drop in the neuron activity when the activity is presented again. This also leads to reduced blood flow and indicates a tuning of neural activity, and the degree of attention the brain gives to it also decreases. Experience this effect in such aspects as driving. The process of driving the car has become so well learnt that it does not take up significant amounts of the mental processes. The same effect is felt in the search for directions. The route you take has been traveled many. Education's purpose is to replace an empty mind with an open one. Malcolm Forbes. Sometimes it becomes almost instinctive, and you can focus on other cognitive activities like speaking to someone or thinking about a problem. However, it becomes very difficult to engage in a cognitive discussion when looking for a new route. The New Story of the Tortoise and the Hare. Part 2. Back at the bee rainforest, the new campaign to teach new skills was well underway. One day, while Larry was taking a drink by the riverbank, he spotted Harry sitting idly nearby. Larry found out that Harry was waiting for Coco. In his conversation with Harry, He found out that while Harry knew how to swim, he was not really comfortable swimming and so still preferred to wait for his friend Coco to help him cross the river. When questioned, Harry could explain how swimming takes place, but he rarely uses it, even when the situation requires it. Disturbed, he sought out Toto and asked him if he too seldom applied the new strategies he had learned. Toto similarly told him that he felt unnatural swinging his flippers so fast. He gave excuses that the action gave him flipper cramps, but again, when questioned about the skills, he could explain to Larry what he knew about flipper exercises and how to make them go faster. Larry was now greatly disturbed. He called for an urgent meeting that night. He discussed the problem with the community. Ophelia the owl hooted that she had heard similar problems in a forest called Habadet Forest, somewhere far across the land. She had heard that they had found a new way of overcoming those problems. She volunteered to go visit and find out how they solved the problem. A few nights later, Ophelia came back excitedly to report that the Habit Forest realized that the new skills have to be habituated so that it becomes natural for the animals too. There are many questions which fools can ask that wise men cannot answer. George Pulia. Use them. Larry quickly formed a task force and developed a new way of infusing the skills in their education, at work, and at home, so that these skills become habituated in the animals. Over time, the bee rainforest became a thoughtful place to live, work, and play. Looking for new keys. Acquiring knowledge is the old key that unlocks the door to success in the old world. A new key is required to unlock the door to success in the new world. This new world has a different definition of human excellence. It defines excellence as the ability to think skillfully. Professor Costa believes that we need to change the curriculum mindset from teaching people how to obtain answers to teaching people how to behave and think when answers are not immediately apparent. This requires not just knowing the thinking skills and strategies, but also having the predisposition to use them. The processes that are valued in this new world can be summed up in 7 mental traits derived from Professor Costa's habits of mind. Suppleness in thinking, understanding the world around him, constructive thinking in his approach to himself and others, courageous thinking and daring to think differently, exactness and precision in his communication and thought processes, self-management skills, skilled in the use of silliness in that he employs humor in the right context to enhance thinking and communications, learning to think skillfully and developing the habit to do so. Learning has taken place when the people find that they are capable of acquiring, extending, refining, integrating new knowledge, and the more man meditates upon good thoughts, the better will be his world and the world at large. Confucius. Skills from the environment to perform new tasks. Further evidence of learning having taken its place is when people are able to apply and transfer such new knowledge and skills to a variety of circumstances, an abstract meaning from what they do to allow them to make meaningful decisions for themselves. Thinking can be viewed as a predisposition to the way information is processed or a response is formulated. This view of thinking is based on a learned behavioral response to stimuli, such as information or self-generated thoughts. It gives rise to the commonly used phrase, such as, "What would Peter think about this?" Inherent in this question is asking how Peter's thinking disposition and processes and experience would have impacted the decision. The human capital is a factor increasingly recognized as the critical success factor of the organization. The current view of learning has been shaped by globalization of markets and increasingly characterized by uncertainty, changes in manufacturing processes, new initiatives demanding problem-solving, and cognitive approaches from the employees. Worldwide trends towards globalization, entrepreneurship, terrorism, managing turbulent changes, accelerated technological change, managing in the information age, industry restructuring, increased public scrutiny, and other pressures on today's businesses, and the importance of harnessing intellectual capital for the knowledge economy are the impediments for development of new initiatives in education. It is recognized that to survive economically, a nation needs to keep up with and increase our ability to manage the uncertainty of COVID-19 and the accelerating pace of change in performance improvement. Development of learning organizations that are change-ready and change-adept. Exercise development included in business renewal, turnaround, and transformation. The fool wonders, the wise man asks. Benjamin Disraeli. Innovation and growth. Recognizing the difficulty of moral decision-making in real life. An emphasis on the importance of cultivating a tolerance for ambiguity, a capacity for complexity, and an ability to hold multiple perspectives in view. Moral issues. Ethical dilemmas. Issues of personal character, and the need for sound and practical judgment. Learning is crucial to understanding the individual work and organization. Organizations only learn through individuals who learn. To meet organizational goals, the needs of the learners must be met. While individual learning cannot guarantee organizational learning, without it, no organizational learning occurs. Individuals must learn for organizations to progress. The key skill to learn today is learning to think skillfully. Learning within educational changes. All these underpin the need for educational changes. The current concern with learning manifests itself in fashionable expressions such as learning society, lifelong learning, learning organizations, learning managers, professional development, continuing development, self-improvement, retraining and upgrading. This clearly represents not so much an upsurge of interest in the welfare of employees, development of individuals, but rather is a response to the new economic imperative of adaptability. This is also indicative of a learning environment that provides opportunities for individuals to improve their minds, knowledge, and skills. Alexander Elliott et al. Rightly put it, what knowledge learners possess is a powerful force. People are not truly self-governing unless they are free to fail. Stephen R. Covey. Author's comment. People are only free to fail if they know how to learn and profit from it. See SMMART System of Achieving Your Goal, page 167. In what information they attend to, how that information is perceived, what learners judge to be relevant or important, and what they understand and remember. Truly, one's knowledge base is a scaffold that supports the construction of all future learning. All these opportunities are growth-oriented encounters in a knowledge and talent base. Environment. Dimensions of learning. The dimensions of learning, Marzano, Pickering, and Tyke, 1993, is an instructional framework based on the best of what research and theory say about learning. Learning is crucial to understanding the individual, work, and organization. Understanding these dimensions is crucial as they are essential to successful learning. They go beyond the traditional content of declarative and procedural knowledge to establish learning outcomes that relate to lifelong learning. The 5 dimensions of learning. Attitude and perceptions about learning. For learning to occur, individuals must have certain attitudes and perceptions. If an individual does not have a positive attitude about classroom tasks, he probably will not put much effort into them. Therefore, a primary focus of effective instruction is establishing positive attitudes and perceptions about learning. For many students, schools provide the first model of an institutionalized learning environment. If this first model is poor, the attitude towards learning will be poor. If first learning experiences are militant, boring, painful, and belittling, the mental attitude for future learning will be negative. Comedy is simply a funny way of being serious. Peter Ustinov, aided acquiring and integrating knowledge. Helping individuals to acquire new knowledge, integrate it with their prior knowledge, and retaining it is an important aspect of learning. When content is new, a teacher's instructional planning must focus on strategies to use prior knowledge into new knowledge, organizing the new knowledge as a scaffold for meaningful and applicable knowledge to make them part of their long-term memory through researched and well-tested methodologies. Extending and refining knowledge. Acquiring and integrating knowledge is not the end of the learning process. Learners extend and refine their knowledge, adding new distinctions and making further connections. They analyze what they have learned in more depth and with more rigor. While extending and refining their knowledge, learners commonly engage in the following activities: comparing, classifying, making inductions, making deductions, analyzing errors, creating support, analyzing perspective, and abstracting. Such highly metacognitive activities do not come naturally. Deliberate effort has to be made to teach these thinking skills and form them into positive predispositions and inclinations. Extending knowledge can be cultivated through the habit of continuous learning. Using knowledge meaningfully. The most effective learning occurs when students are able to use knowledge to perform meaningful tasks. Planning instruction so that students have the opportunity to use knowledge meaningfully is one of the most important decisions a teacher can make. There are types of tasks that can encourage meaningful use of knowledge: decision-making, investigation, experimental/scientific inquiry, problem-solving, and creativity. Making connections with the world around us and finding out, as Leonardo da Vinci did 500 years ago, that everything connects with everything else, creates in the learner a sense of wonderment about life. Habits of mind. The final dimension is having the mental disposition to act in an intelligent way. This can be further described as having the skills to think critically and creatively, and having the mental self-regulation to respond to and adjust one's own thinking processes. Teachers and coaches aiming to integrate the fifth dimension should ask themselves the question: how will habits of mind be reinforced in this lesson/session? Relating the dimensions of learning. The 5 dimensions do not operate in isolation, but work together. All learning takes place against the backdrop of the learner's attitudes and perceptions, Dimension 1. They are always factors in the learning process. Given that proper attitudes and perceptions are in place and productive habits of mind are being used, learning is a matter of acquiring and integrating new knowledge, Dimension 2. Usually as the learner acquires and refines knowledge, he extends and integrates it, Dimensions 2. While Dimensions 2 and 3 are going on, the learner should also be using knowledge meaningfully, engaging in complex tasks in unique ways, and applying the knowledge to round up the learning process. Finally, the learning needs to be habituated through developing the habits of mind. The most effective learning is a product of the interaction of these 5 distinct types of thinking that can also be termed dimensions of learning. The new landscape, shifting mindsets in an information age. The context of education changed dramatically when the world entered the information age. Successful learning involves a whole new mindset. People perceive, define, interpret, and react to their environment in terms of mindsets. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Confucius mindsets consist of experiences, beliefs, assumptions, frames of reference, shared schemes, cognitive mental models, and learning. This provides a lens through which a person views the world, makes sense of events and situations, anticipates the future, and reaches decisions and acts according to subjective, personal judgment. With the emergence of new challenges, individuals need to give up long-held assumptions and replace them with a new form of behavior. They need an open and dynamic mindset, forward pace with continuous change, new material orientation, and conceptual skills. They need a mindset that is attuned to environment complexity and uncertainty. Attitudes must adjust in order for people, regions, and nations to be competitive. Individuals have to acquire a scientific bent, develop a certain rigor in their thinking, and cultivate the capacity and inclination to turn knowledge into practical applications. They need to question knowledge that is handed down and challenge intellectual authority. The whole proverbial paradigm shift must take place. The new world reality is that learning does not stop at the school gate. It therefore beckons the response that every organization must concurrently be an educational institution. It has, too, as part of its survival and self-renewal process, develop educational programs to sustain organizational growth. Key to this growth strategy is to imbue each individual to be a learner, a learning gorilla, the smallest but most powerful unit of the learning organization, the office as a classroom. The notion of the office or workplace as a giant, ongoing classroom. It is amazing what can be accomplished when nobody cares about who gets the credit. Robert Yates. Opens the doors to myriad opportunities for bosses and supervisors to integrate the dimensions of learning to continually educate the worker. Human resource managers and business owners should never underestimate the power of such a paradigm. The power of situational education is many times more productive and engaging than standalone courses. While courses are essential in learning new skills, situational learning allows the skills to be habituated in the worker and contribute to productivity and human capital. The framework in this book is equally as applicable to the office and workplace as it is to schools, universities, and homes. Chapter 3. The Habits of Success. Why develop good thinking habits as a goal? The answer is because intelligence can be taught. You can choose to become more intelligent. Whenever a thought is generated, regardless of whether it is self-generated or it is generated as a result of a stimulus, such as something we heard or an image we saw, it travels through certain patterned neurological pathways. This thinking pattern is much like the ravines that exist on mountain ranges. These thought patterns were formed as we order our thinking, regardless of whether we are aware of the process. These patterns are shaped by past experiences and by frequent use of certain thinking habits and assumptions. Referring to my earlier story about the cyclist, while the cyclist learned that it is good to have safety equipment like helmets, elbow and knee guards, he ultimately did not employ good thinking in crossing the traffic junction. The premise that having good knowledge will lead to good thinking is analogous to saying that any driver can drive a car well, as long as the car is designed well, or that anyone can sing well as long as the lyrics and melodies are correct. This mindset has started to shift significantly in the last 30 years. Buzan discovered that one of the brain's principal ways of learning is by mimicking. We can learn to think like master thinkers and mimic and emulate them. The Habits of Success is a distillation of the essential habits observed and found in successful people throughout various fields of disciplines. In 1995, David Perkins argued that there are 3 types of intelligences: neural, experiential, and reflective. Neural intelligence is really the physical aspect. That is what you are born with. Experiential intelligence is garnered from the experiences that you gain as you go through life. This type of intelligence resides within realms of knowledge such as plumbing or medicine. Many forms of training in the workplace are targeted at increasing the experiential intelligence of the workers. When banks send their recruits to a course on lending, they will be taught how to assess the borrower's character, creditworthiness, the kind of business they operate, and so forth. What the bank is doing is making their staff more intelligent in the area of lending. What David Perkins was most interested in was reflective intelligence. This is the ability of the person to manage his thinking to various situations, even when the problem is outside his field of expertise. In other words, good thinking, not directly related to field of expertise, can be taught. For centuries, educators have believed that good thinking is a natural ability that manifests itself as a result of good genes. This idea, however, is not congruent with observable human behavior. Good thinking does not come naturally. It has to be taught. In the past, the weakness of poor, uneducated thinking did not show up very much because the thinking content in most jobs was low. However, as the thinking component increased, the cracks. Always remember that striving and struggling precedes success, even in the dictionary. Sarah Ban Brethnock. In the old model of education started showing. This is analogous to sports. When competing in a weightlifting competition, where each participant is only required to lift 1 kg, then whether or not you have well-developed muscles is not evident. However, when the weight to be lifted is 100 kg, then only will the strong, muscular people excel and become valued. The need for schools to produce students who can think and behave intelligently is even more pressing now. How can we increase our intelligence? By adopting good thinking habits. Habits of Secrets is founded on the 16 Habits of Intelligent Behaviors, Costa and Calic, 2000. The habits of Secrets are habits of mind reorganized into 7 strands. They are for people to have a mindful management of attributes, capabilities, and enabling skills for employability to stay effective and relevant in every aspect of their lives. They are for people to apply knowledge and skills in an integrated way. They are not specific to particular occupations or industries. The habits of SUNCCS encompasses core attributes that will make people more effective thinkers in schools, at home, and at work. These characteristics can be cultivated in almost everyone. It is a set of behaviors that can be taught and modeled. They are traits that can be developed, practiced upon, and measured. They transcend age, religion, race, circumstances, language, and culture. Fostering the habits of SUCBCES require active learning strategies in which learners will then take responsibility for their own learning and develop habits of motivated lifelong learners through action learning, situated learning, and project-based learning. End of. Only the wisest and stupidest of men never change. Confucius. Training the brain to develop the habits of mind requires constant exposure to skillful problem-solving using critical and creative thinking strategies that serve the habits of mind. This training enables the brain to practice and draw on previous experiences. It is what David Perkins termed experiential and reflective intelligence. With a new landscape in high-performance workplaces, employers will begin to demand that these habits be integrated into the human resource strategies and the overall strategic business development. Consequently, the impact will be felt in the goals of education and teaching, with the learning outcomes to be spelt out systematically in lesson plans, versus the current practice of being incidental and ad hoc. Creation of habits of unsuited skills will support the necessary process of adaptation by business, industry, education, and training system. To support individuals as lifelong learners to maintain their relevance and employability. This new paradigm will contribute to the building of communities as a competitive learning society, attuned to the conditions of the new age. Chapter 4. Subtleness as an attribute in thinking conjures up the image of young shoots, growing and having the quality of adaptability. A young plant has roots, which are fed with rich nutrients, leaves that capture sunlight, and it grows taller every day. Its stature increases each time it engages with its environment. It weathers the elements well and feeds off the energy in the environment. Such suppleness interacts with its surroundings to create fresh adaptations to obstacles, change, and new challenges. Suppleness is made up of 3 strands of the habits of intelligent behavior. Thinking flexibly, creating, imagining, and innovating, and being open to continuous learning. The intelligent person is one who displays suppleness in this thinking process. Such a person looks at a problem or situation from a multitude of perspectives. He explores all angles and is open to changing his mind when fresh information is discovered or when new and convincing arguments are put forward. Just like muscles need to be exercised and stretched to maintain suppleness and remain useful, the supple thinker exercises his thoughts and stretches them to remain agile to the stresses and strains of an increasingly complex world. We need not look far to appreciate the importance of supple thinking. The recent emergence of SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, the threat of terrorism, the intricate way economies and social influences are inextricably linked across the planet, are rich fodder for the supple mind. The supple thinker is a creative thinker. He can take opposing ideas. There is nothing training cannot do. Nothing is above its reach. It can turn bad morals to good. It can destroy bad principles and recreate good ones. It can lift men to angelship. Mark Twain. And create a new thought. He constantly exercises his creativity through imagination, playing scenarios in his mind and creating models to test his ideas. He is open to continuous learning because he knows that when his pool of knowledge grows, so does his creativity and his store of knowledge and skills, which are required to tackle new problems. He is aware that unless the mind drinks fresh thoughts and ideas, the mind's pool will turn stale and result in stagnation. The supple thinker welcomes differing and sometimes opposing views because unless he wrestles with these views, he will not be able to sharpen his own. Ionia, thinking flexibly. Contrary to popular belief, flexible people have the most control. They have the capacity to change their mind as they receive more data. They engage in multiple and simultaneous outcomes and activities. Because they are in control, they are confident in juggling more data and testing different hypotheses to solving problems. Flexible people can approach a problem from a new angle using a novel approach. Buzan, 1974, calls it radiant thinking. Flexible people know that they have and can develop options and alternatives. They understand means-end relationships. They can work within rules, criteria, and regulations, and they can predict the consequences of flouting them. Thus, flexibility of mind is essential for working with social diversity, enabling an individual to recognize the wholeness and distinctiveness of other people's ways of experiencing and making meaning. In a world that is increasingly becoming more connected and woven, flexible thinkers can scurry through 1,000 possibilities in a. The beautiful thing about learning is that no one can take it away from you. B.B. King. A wink of an eye, and sift ideas like sand to identify the gems. Flexible thinkers are able to shift through multiple perceptual positions at will. One perceptual orientation is what Jean Piaget called egocentrism, or perceiving from our own point of view. By contrast, allocentrism is the position in which we perceive through another person's orientation. Another perceptual position is macrocentrism, or big-picture thinking. This bird's-eye view is useful for discerning themes and patterns from an assortment of information. Because we often need to solve problems with incomplete information, we need the capacity to perceive general patterns and jump across gaps of incomplete knowledge. Yet another perceptual orientation is microcentrism, that is, examining the individual and sometimes minute parts that make up the whole. This worm's eye view involves logical and analytical computation, searching for causality in methodical steps. It requires attention to detail, precision, and orderly progression. Flexible thinkers display confidence in their intuition. They tolerate confusion and ambiguity, but they will tend to cling to the conventions of their safe-known world in set their ways. Taking science as an example, many aspects of science are not in the discovery of new facts, but in discovering new ways of thinking about them. In particular, with technological advancement, the doors of application of scientific knowledge is thrown wide open. The one who finds the right relationship and leverages bring with it both social as well as economic gains. Education is not the filing of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. W.B. Yeats. Encouraging flexibility in thinking in the classroom calls for valuing multiple solutions, allowing the process of problem-solving to keep flowing rather than rewarding the speed at finding a singular solution. The skill of flexible thinking is to be able to hold on to the centrality of the matter on hand, and yet probe the farthest reaches of possible solutions. At any point of the process, the flexible thinker can postulate how each scenario will play out when different factors are considered. One way to achieve this is through the use of mind maps. Flexibility in thinking is a natural way of thinking when thinkers use mind maps to organize their thoughts. Flexible look at timely concepts. Let us take the example of how we traditionally perceive this. How can we apply flexible thinking to good time management? Time mining. The concept of time as a fixed resource has severely hampered and discouraged the efforts of man to find more time. If you shift the paradigm to look at time as a resource, much like the minerals you find under the earth, you will begin to discover the fascinating idea of time mining. In a linear timeline, time defines a series of events. Time also marks these events so that they can be managed in a logical, sequential pattern. However, when you look at the events, you see that there are time gaps that can be mined. Take, for example, the time it takes for a building to be put up. In the old days, you had to build from the ground, putting on one floor at a time. In modern construction, there now exists a way to prefabricate the pieces of walls and even entire floors to accelerate the speed at which the building can flow. Nothing in education is so astonishing as the amount of ignorance it accumulates in the form of facts. Henry Adams. Be completed. In this way, builders have mined for themselves time released to construct more buildings. The construction companies who did just that found themselves more time and therefore could generate more economic value. In another analysis, you can find that there are pockets of time you can mine that otherwise would have been wasted. Take, for example, the waiting time you spend in the bank or the airport or on the school bus. If you had planned to do something useful during that anticipated wait time, you have just mined for yourself some time. These time slices, while small, will accumulate into quite a nice block. Technological changes have allowed us to do things that we could not have done before. Being connected through the cell phone or the email will definitely open more opportunities for us to time mine. Time refining. Time refining is similar in nature to refining oil. In the refinery, oil is separated into different grades, and these grades used for different purposes. You would not want to use an expensive grade of oil for a cheaper purpose. By the same concept, there are more valuable times and more suitable times for you to achieve a task. For example, creativity is best when your mind is in an alpha state. Trying to complete creative tasks when you are in a beta state will take more time. Similarly, it would be better to accumulate, say, a 90-minute block of time to ensure that a particular task is completed, rather than trying to use small blocks of time to do that task. It will take you maybe twice as long, and you may not even achieve the same quality of work. Being aware of the best time to tackle a task will depend on the wise adapt themselves to circumstances as water molds itself to the pitcher. Chinese proverb. Kind of person and lifestyle you have For example, some people are more relaxed in the evening and would therefore be better at problem solving then. If you tend to be sleepy in the afternoon, it would be best to schedule errands or tasks that will not demand heavy cognitive processes during that time. Find ways to doing the task faster will also help to refine time. Looking to use technology and advancement in material sciences will help you to refine time. Getting tips from others on clever ways to get things done will also increase opportunities to refine time. Time storing. The concept that time cannot be stored has also been a great stumbling block for many. They will simply whittle it away. The idea of storing time is like harnessing the power of the sun. You can capture solar energy in many forms, like heating water or through a solar panel, converting it into electrical energy to be stored for lighting at night. There are many things in your life that can be pre-made. For example, if you happen to be in a rush every morning, you can take time in the evening to do the things you need in the morning, like choosing your clothes, packing your lunch or breakfast. Another way to store time would be systems maintenance. For example, if you travel frequently, pre-packing of your toiletries, some clothing, and ensuring that your passports and other needed documents are always updated will help you to store time. Creating a positive emotional bank account, doing others a favor when you have the time, so that they can in turn help you when you are busy, is another way to store time. Time can be paid forward. The concept of storing time can also be extended to developing. The art of life is a constant readjustment to our situation. Kakuzo okokora. Wisdom in what is known as minute wise, months foolish. We sometimes deceive ourselves by doing a sloppy job, hoping to get away with it. The truth is that we are victims of our own creation, and going back to undo the work or suffering. The consequence of the sloppy work will cost us time. Time for many people is an inflexible element. One of life's greatest challenges is to think flexibly about time. Let's consider how you can use fresh perspectives to go back, or push back, the timeline in your life. With others, humorous examples of flexible thinking. As a British Airways plane was getting ready to take off from Johannesburg, South Africa, an elegantly dressed lady, with an air of sophistication, rang for the stewardess. "I object to being seated next to this black man," she complained. "I demand to be reseated." "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but the plane is full," the stewardess apologized. "What about business class?" she demanded. "I'll check," said the stewardess. Soon she came back. "I'm sorry, ma'am, the business class is also full." Success is the ability to go from one failure to another with no loss in enthusiasm. Sir Winston Churchill. "What about the first class then?" insisted the lady. The stewardess replied, "Ma'am, I'll have to speak to the chief steward." Soon the chief steward came and said, "I am sorry to hear that you do not wish to be seated next to this gentleman. I am happy to inform you that we do have one empty seat in the first class section, and we will be able to take care of your problem." Then, turning to the man, he said, "Sir, if you will please follow me, we have a seat waiting for you." This story illustrates how flexible thinking can be applied to problem solving. A young man was on duty at a grocery store. A lady walked in and wanted to buy half a cucumber. He said, "I am sorry, we only sell whole cucumbers." But the lady persisted, "I only need half a cucumber. Why don't you ask your manager about it?" The young man relented and walked to his manager's room and said, "There's an idiot out there who wants to buy half a cucumber." He did not realize that the lady followed him into the office. As he turned and saw her, he nonchalantly continued, "Oh, and this lady wants to buy the other half." Story illustrates the quick-wittedness of the young man in being very flexible in his thinking. To get him out of an office such as this, Sun Tzu awkward situation. A businessman moved into a new shopping center and set up a clothing store. A few months later, he found himself sandwiched between two stores also selling clothes. The store on his left put up a sign saying, "Lowest prices." The store on the right had a large sign saying, "Widest selection in town." The businessman realized that he could not compete with them. He finally put up a sign in front of his store saying, "Main entrance." While this is only a joke, the clever businessman had practiced the habit of flexible in thinking. 180. Creating, imagining, and innovating. All human beings have the capacity to generate novel, clever, or ingenious products, solutions, and techniques. But that capacity has to be developed. Creative human beings try to perceive problems and solutions differently, examining alternative possibilities from many angles. They tend to project themselves into different roles using analogies, starting with a vision and working backwards, and imagining they are the objects being considered. Creative people take risks and frequently push the boundaries of their perceived limitations. Creative people are open to criticism, they hold up their products for others to judge, and they seek feedback in an ever-increasing effort to refine their technique. The bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that resists. Japanese proverb, answer to teaser. Professor is a woman. So, creativity, innovation, and imagination can be cultivated in the field of cross-domain application, for example, finding associated applications between science and art, mathematics and music, dance and physics, painting and mathematics, sculpting and English. Even if the subjects cannot be taught in such a manner, we should encourage and create opportunities to link the domains by making references to past lessons or events and find links between them. In each of the major subjects, such as mathematics, science, and English, the aesthetic aspects can be taught from time to time. For example, writing poetry is both an art form as well as a language subject. Mathematics can be used to create balanced sculpture. Science today is used to enhance the culinary experience. Scientific knowledge can be used to grow crystals to create 3D art objects. History can be told through a play, celebrating both the collective memories of the human race and human expressions through body language and verbal language. Geography can create majestic art pieces. Literature can be converted into a ballad, together with musical scores. Innovation is the selection, development, and implementation of creative ideas. Innovative thinking requires both critical as well as creative thinking elements. A person who does not think critically tends to accept or reject information or ideas without examining them. In a world where ideas abound, this is dangerous. Take the internet, for example, where much information is inaccurate and not validated. In a world where the ability to source and assess ideas on an ongoing basis is part of our work and life, critical thinking is as essential as being able to read, write, and count. Creativity, the big C's and small c's. It takes courage to be creative. Just as soon as you have a new idea, you are a minority of one. Tilde équerre, Paul Torrance. Creativity is all around us. However, we are conditioned to think that unless we have developed earth-shaking, mind-boggling creative ideas, we are not creative. We retreat into a humility shell, and so we rob ourselves of the pleasure of celebrating creative episodes in our lives. The big time, earth-shaking creativity comes once in a while and is few and far between. We can call this the big C creativity. We gawk and stare at such lofty breakthroughs and concepts and marvel at the feat. Much as big C creativity is worthy of such spectacle, we should bring out the small glasses and clink our toast to our daily small C creativity, and give ourselves a small pat on our back for practicing creative problem solving or idea and problem finding. This is the beginning of living a creative life and of becoming aware of our creative abilities. There are conditions that help to foster creativity in our lives. As a start, we should go back to our brains, the organ that is responsible for creative functions. Research indicates that it is in the alpha and sometimes theta state that we are most creative. When you are making a presentation or deep phrasing. To live a creative life, we must lose our fear of being wrong. Joseph Chilton Pierce, in the midst of a crisis, you are probably in beta mode and therefore not in the best state to come up with creative solutions. Call cases more complicated. For some people in a prolonged beta state, they go into states of alpha states and they get the aha moment when pieces of the jigsaw come together to provide a uniquely brilliant and creative solution. Creativity requires a whole brain approach, Buzan. Contrary to popular belief, creative individuals are not just right-brained people. They habitually use both sides of their brains. Returning to our understanding of brain functions, when a person is adept at both right and left brain skills, their thinking becomes more creative. Tapping into the flow experience. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi is the author of Flow and the professor of psychology and management at Claremont Graduate University. Mihaly's studies into the optimum human performance revealed that the brain produces the best work at a state of mind which he termed flow. Flow is defined as the experience of a person when he is totally focused and absorbed in the task, such that the person and the task become inextricably fused with each other. The mind then takes on a magical world of its own, and all other dimensions, like time, hunger, pain, and the immediate surrounding, become irrelevant and unimportant. Mihaly says that even with the most optimal environment, flow can only be experienced a few times a day and usually last about 1 to 2 hours at a time. The revealing fact is then that creativity needs time. We cannot. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Albert Einstein. Force and dictate a person to perform creative work in a short time. Creativity cannot be based on nothing. It has to be based on information, facts, and understanding that are already stored in the brain. That is why there is a strong correlation between memory and creativity. Buzan believes that the key to good memory is a strong sense of imagination and association. This is also the same key to creativity. Therefore, the more you exercise your memory through the use of this key, the more creative you become as well. As you gather information over time, you have a larger storehouse to create more imagination and association. So, contrary to the belief that your memory deteriorates as you age, you actually have more arsenal to develop a stronger memory. The early artists drew their creativity from nature. Today, there are more forms of art to choose from, and some, like Andy Warhol, drew his creativity from looking at basic household items from a different angle. The creative person does not have more facts or time. He does, however, look at and processes information differently. The creative person is willing to take risks, has a broad range of interests, questions frequently, is curious and inquisitive, can combine ideas from different domains, is not afraid to deviate from popular thinking, is playful, displays fluency of ideas, tolerates ambiguity, is open to continuous learning, engages in problem finding. Mickey Mouse popped out of my mind onto a drawing pad on a train ride at a time when business fortunes of my brother Roy and I were at their lowest. Walt Disney. The last point warrants some elaboration. Many of the big C creativity comes from problem finding as opposed to problem solving. The story of Post-it items and Velcro came illustrates this. Post-it is one of 3M's famous products. The basic ingredient, the glue, was invented by Dr. Spence Silver, who actually created it unwittingly. It was an adhesive that formed itself into tiny spheres with a diameter of a paper fiber. As the spheres would only make intermittent contact, they did not stick very strongly when coated onto paper backing. Did you know that 3M research scientist Dr. Spence Silver took 5 years of hawking the product within 3M before he met the new product manager Art Fry? Art Fry was frustrated at how his scrap paper bookmarks kept falling out of his church choir hymnal. In a moment of eureka, he found a great innovative use of Dr. Spencer's strange glue as a way to make reliable bookmarks. The Post-it was born. In this story of creativity and innovation, Spence created a new type of glue, but it took 5 years before someone else found an innovative way to use it. At the turn of the 20th century, Georges de Mestral was a boy living in Switzerland. He loved the outdoors, and he also loved inventing. George received his first patent at 12 years of age for designing a toy plane. As George grew up, he was often in the woods hunting and walking through bushes and forest areas. He would be annoyed by the burrs that stuck to his pants and his dog's fur. He wondered why the burrs stuck so well. By examining the burrs, the central task of education is to implant a will and facility for learning. It should produce not learn, but learning people. The truly human society is a learning society where grandparents, parents, and children are a student together. Eric Hoffer. Under the microscope, he discovered that the burrs had hundreds of tiny hooks that grabbed into loops of thread or fur. George worked on the idea that the concept of the burrs could be used. He talked to fabric and cloth experts and worked with different types of woven and knit cloth. In 1952, George started a company named Velcro. Velcro comes from the root French words for velvet and hook. In this story, George was inquisitive enough to find out why the burrs stuck to his clothes. After discovering the principle of how burrs worked, which had been there since creation, George took the idea to create what we know now as Velcro. George innovated nature's gift of the burrs into a product. A lady driver rammed her car into another car. The other driver got out and surveyed the damage. It was very bad. He called the police on his mobile phone. The lady went to the trunk and pulled out a bottle of wine in 2 glasses. "Thank God," she said. "They are not broken." Then she suggested, "Well, it may be a while before the police come. Why don't we celebrate that we were not hurt in this accident?" The man thought it was a good idea, and the lady poured him a glass of wine. He drank it. "My, that is good wine," he said. The lady poured him another, and another. "Why are you not drinking?" the man asked. "Because," pointing to the approaching police car, "I won't have to explain to the police why I was driving when I am drunk." While the lady in this story is rather deceitful, it however illustrates the way she uses the wine in her car, some imagination and creative thinking, to stage an event to get her out of trouble. An old lady came regularly to a bank to deposit money. The bank manager became curious. "You have been depositing dollars out of the thinking machine." "I have finished that." "Anon sums of money at our bank. I wonder what you do for a living." "Well, I do a bit of betting on the side." "Well, I do a bit of betting on the side," the old lady replied. "Not that kind," the lady replied. "What kind, then?" the curious manager persisted. "For example, I bet you $500 that you will be wearing pink underwear this time next week." The manager was shocked at the lady's suggestion. "How can she control what I wear?" he asked himself. "Okay, lady, I'll take up your bet," thinking for sure he would win. "This time, you're sure to lose," he told the lady. "We'll see." The old lady smiled and went on her way. A week later, the lady showed up at the manager's office. She had brought along a young man as witness. "Well, I have come to collect my bet," said the lady. The manager replied, "I think it will be you who will be paying me the $500. "Okay, then show me," said the lady. The manager promptly pulled his pants down to reveal the color of his underwear, which was obviously not pink. Upon that, the lady turned to the young man and said, "Give him the $500 and give me the other $500. The manager was confused. "What's going on?" he asked. "You see," said the lady, "I bet with this young man $1,000 that I could walk into your office and make you take your pants off." A businessman walked into a bank in New York and asked for a loan of $5,000. He was going on a business trip to London. "Do you have an account with us?" asked the manager. "No," replied the businessman, "but I have a brand new Rolls-Royce parked outside. You can keep it as collateral." The manager went outside to examine the car and had his assistant make a quick check on the registration and found that it was indeed. Those who know how to think need no teachers. Mahatma Gandhi registered to the businessman. "Okay, sir," he said, "we'll give you the loan." 2 weeks later, the businessman returned to the bank. "How much to pay down the loan?" "Oh, not much," the manager said. "Just $50 for the interest and $5,000 for the principal." The businessman promptly repaid the loan and was on his way out to pick up his car. "Just a minute, sir," the manager said. "While you were away, I did more checks and realized that you were a man of exceptional wealth. Why did you need the $5,000 loan?" "Well, I was driving my brand new Rolls-Royce to the airport, and I was thinking, where should I park this very expensive car for 2 weeks, have it guarded well for only a little money?" Her imitated a grin, remaining open to continuous learning. The future belongs to countries whose people make the most productive use of information, knowledge, and technology. These are the key factors for economic success, not natural resources. Mr. Goh Chok Tong, then Prime Minister of Singapore, 1993 National Day message. Singapore's response to the emerging knowledge economy, massive information explosion, and rapid knowledge obsolescence is to be a learning nation. Lifelong learning requires us to provide freedom, opportunity, and resources for self-learners of all ages to choose what they want to learn and to constantly reinvent themselves, to stay supple and relevant. Intelligent people are in a continuous learning mode. Their confidence, in combination with their inquisitiveness, allows them to constantly search for new and better ways to improve their learning. A teacher affects eternity. He can never tell where his influence stops. Henry Brooks Adams. People with this habit of mind are always striving for improvement, growing, learning, and modifying and improving themselves. In the New England Centenarian study, one of the participants, Harry Shapiro, said in his interview that he was learning new skills right up to 100 years of age. Dr. Marjorie Silver found that his cognitive skills at 100 years of age surpassed the average person half his age. Mr. Shapiro happened to be someone who loved to learn. Dr. Silver believed that the mind is like a muscle, and the more it learns, the better it becomes, regardless of age. One key obstacle in remaining open to continuous learning is the dislike for learning. Most people have had a bad experience with learning. Predominantly, that experience is what they had in school. To many people, learning means many hours of hard work memorizing text and facts, long, tedious hours of writing assignments, and boring lectures to top it off. This unfortunate but real experience of learning stems from a basic error in the way teaching and learning was happening in our schools. Many students were never taught how to learn before they began to learn. It is analogous to throwing someone off the boat to explore the ocean, but forgetting to teach them how to swim first. In a world that is generating more knowledge and information than any single human being can ever learn, we must imbue students with the habit of looking for, sieving through, and digesting relevance from this new knowledge. Much akin to teaching someone how to fish or hunt, we must teach students how to look for good-tasting morsels of knowledge, then how to trap them and consume them to sustain them in this world. A little learning, indeed, may be a dangerous thing, but the want of learning is a calamity to any people. Frederick Douglass. The basic learning skills should include knowing how memory works and ways to improve it, knowing how retention and understanding of facts takes place in our brain, and how to create the optimum environment for it, speed and range reading, mind mapping, critical thinking and research skills. Methods of research should be taught. Tools for verifying and testing information should be taught. A desire to know more and a sense that we do not know everything must be inculcated in each student before they leave the safety of the school zone. Above all, learning should be fun. Few people would know that the popular game Where Are You, Carmen Santiago was originally developed as a game to teach staff at Sabina Airlines lessons on customer service and tracking of luggage. Games offer a wonderful way to teach. Today, there is a great mental divide between games and education. However, there is a revolutionary breakthrough waiting for those who can bridge that divide. A wife said to her husband, "You pay more attention to the newspaper every morning than you do to me. I wish I was that newspaper you have in your hands." "Yes, but don't forget, I get a new edition every morning," the husband replied. The story, while having a sarcastic side to it, also illustrates the need. It is possible to store the mind with a million facts and still be entirely uneducated. Alec Bourne, to obtain new information every morning. Mother Mouse took her babies for a walk. As they came around a corner, the Caillou came face to face with a cat. The little mouse were terrified and scurried behind the mother. The mother mouse looked the cat in the eye and said, "Woof, woof." The cat turned around and ran away. The mother mouse then turned around to her children and said, "See, I told you it pays to learn another language." A budding preacher wanted to learn to preach. He was told that a guest speaker was in town speaking at a church. This speaker was known to be able to grab his audience's attention with his opening sentence. The preacher went to listen to him. The speaker began, "Last night I was in the arms of a woman, and she was not my wife." The congregation gasped in horror. "She is my mother." The speaker went on, "Tonight I will speak on the love of a mother, which is a reflection of God's love." The preacher was impressed and decided to use the same opening lines on Sunday. He went up to the pulpit and was a little nervous, but he began, "Last night I was in the arms of a woman, and she was not my wife." The congregation was shocked, and a commotion broke out. The preacher lost his train of thought, stammered, and said, "And oh dear, I have forgotten who she was. Learn well." Chapter 5. Understanding. The habit of understanding is made up of 3 strands: listening with understanding, sense of awe and wonderment, gathering data from all senses. Intelligent thinkers display understanding in many aspects of life. They gather data from all senses, relying on the combined input, associating and relating each piece of data to another. They look for patterns and know when to use guiding thought patterns and when to switch it off. Intelligent thinkers look to understand people beyond mere words. Listening for understanding from the speaker's point of view, they suspend judgment momentarily, enabling their minds to see the information through clearer lenses. Thinkers who exhibit the habit of understanding make less assumptions, and if they do, are cognizant of the assumptions they have made. They develop a childlike fascination for facts and information, and often exhibit a sense of wonderment and awe. In their quest to understand the world in and around them, they use all their 5 senses to explore and experiment too. Listening with understanding and empathy. Stephen Covey, author of The 7 Habits, said, "Highly effective people spend an inordinate amount of time and energy listening. Some psychologists believe that the ability to listen to another person, to empathize with and to understand that person's point of view, is one of the highest forms of intelligent behavior. The ability to paraphrase another person's ideas, detect indicators of feelings or emotional states in oral and body language, and never mistake knowledge for wisdom. One helps you make a living, the other helps you make a life. Sundara Carey accurately express another person's concepts, emotions, and problems are all indicators of listening behavior. People who demonstrate this habit of mind are able to enrich their thinking, though seeing things from the diverse perspectives of others. Peter Sinjay, author of The 5th Discipline, and his colleagues, suggest that to listen fully means to pay close attention to what is being said beneath the words. You listen not only to the music, but also to the essence of the person speaking. Ears operate at the speed of sound, but the eyes operate at the speed of light. So it's important to also listen and perceive the visual indicators as well as what is being said. 55% of our lives listening, but perhaps listening is the least taught skill in school. More than 55% of communication is delivered through nonverbal cues like facial expression, body stance, and hand gestures. Yet we sometimes listen without looking at the person, and we lose more than half of the communication channels. Often say we are listening, but we are actually more occupied with what we have to say than what we are listening to. Some people ridicule, laugh at, or put down another's idea. They interrupt and are then unable to build upon another's ideas. We need to learn to hold our own values, judgment, and opinions while listening to another person's thoughts. Good listeners may disagree with the other person, but they know language shapes the way we think and determines what we can think about. Benjamin Lee Whorf. Exactly the nature of the disagreement. Listening with understanding. A good way to listen is to use the 3 Ps: pause, paraphrase, and probe. Good. When you pause to listen, you allow yourself to integrate the information, feelings, and context of what the speaker is saying. Paraphrasing what the speaker has just said allows you to confirm the facts and also informs the speaker that you have indeed been paying attention to him. Probing allows you to ask pertinent questions to fill in the missing jigsaw pieces to allow you to see the whole picture, or to make sense of the story in your mind. Practice listening to and paraphrasing the words of the speaker before answering or probing further. The Chinese character for listen is rich in the meaning and art of listening. This is the character for ear, the organ to listen with. This is the character for king, suggesting that we should treat the speaker like a king. There are 2 characters here. The number 10 depicted by plus, and the other means eyes. Both suggest that we should give full attention to the speaker. This is the character for heart, suggesting that listening comes from the heart. The character above it means the number 1. Putting it together suggests we give the whole heart to listening. Often highly successful new products do not necessarily represent a new breakthrough in technology, but just a more creative and innovative application of existing know-how. Yeo Chiao Tong, former Singapore Trade and Industry Minister. A man wanted to run for office of mayor. He was told that to get votes, he needed to go out to the villages where most people lived. So he went out to a remote village. The village chief gathered all the people to hear him. "If you elect me as mayor, I will dig a well for every family." The people looked at him and said, Papa." Not knowing what that meant, he continued, "And if you elect me, I will bring electricity to every home." The people looked at him again and said, Papa. "And if you elect me, I will build for you a school, a clinic, and a football field." The people again said, Papa, Papa." The rousing speech and the enthusiastic response, the man felt very good and decided to call it a day. They invited him to his house for a drink. As they walked towards the chief's house, they passed some cows standing around. The chief said to the man, "Be careful not to step on the Papa." This story illustrates that sometimes we do not reflect on what people are really saying to us because we are so full of ourselves. We tend to hear what we want to hear. Listening with understanding also requires us to reflect and peel away the layers to get to the truth of what others are saying to us. Education would be much more effective if its purpose was to ensure that by the time they leave school, every boy and girl should know how much they do not know, and imbued with a lifelong desire to know it. Sir William Haley, a farmer, went to see a lawyer about divorcing his wife. "Do you have any grounds?" the lawyer asked. "Of course, I have 100 acres of ground." "No, what I mean is, do you have a case?" replied the lawyer. Of course I have a case. It's where I keep all my important documents. No, what I mean is, do you have a suit? The lawyer in exasperation replied. Yes, that's what I wear to church every Sunday. Okay, do you have a grudge? Yes, I do, and that's where I park my tractor, said the farmer. All right, let me put it this way. Why do you want to divorce your wife? The lawyer asked, almost in tears by this time. Well, I could never have a meaningful conversation with her, stated the farmer. This joke is about misunderstanding. The nemesis of listening with understanding. A young man was studying in college and having some financial problems. He decided to call his dad long distance. He had to connect through an operator to reverse the charge to his dad. I need to borrow some money, Dad, said the son. At the other end of the line, the father said, Sorry, I can't hear you very well. The line may be bad. The son said, I need to borrow $500. Dad. Sorry, can't seem to understand what you are saying. The father bellowed. $500. I need $500. Still can't make out what you're saying, son. The father replied. Learning is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back. Chinese proverb. At this stage, the operator chipped in and said, Sorry to eavesdrop, but your son is saying he needs $500. The father replied, Oh, good. Since you can hear him perfectly, you send him the money. Obviously, the father was practicing listening selectively instead of listening with understanding. Windy, isn't it? Around one another, Wendy, Weeman quipped. No, I think it's Thursday, another replied. No, I think it's Thursday, another replied. Am I? Let's go for a drink, replied the third. Is a case of listening with misunderstanding. What is a gathering, Blash? Gather up nothing, gather it up, for the lack of something to reduce it. So can execution be released. Photons of light, molecules of clarivision, photons of color inform us of the physical properties of foods and substances. Photons of heat, using 5 senses plus experience, all of which send electrochemical signals to individual brain cells and store information about lines, movements, colors, smells, and other sensory inputs. Intelligent people know that all information gets into the brain through sensory pathways: gustatory, olfactory, tactile, kinesthetic, auditory, and visual. Keeping the channels of information well tuned is simply using them well. A great exercise in gathering data through all senses is cooking or baking, where you knead the dough, feel the consistency, beat the eggs, smell the ingredients, look at the colors and appearance of the ingredients, calculate, estimate, and taste the outcome of your work. It is truly a spa for the senses. In detective stories, great detectives like Sherlock Holmes use all their senses to solve crimes. The television series CSI is a great model of how detectives use their sense of touch, smell, taste, and hearing, both at the crime scene and the laboratory, to gain insights and eventually solve complex crimes. There is an amusing story about a professor from the medical faculty of a well-respected university who is known to trick his students into tasting their own urine. At the first lesson, he will ask the freshmen to follow him in a medical procedure. First, he would urinate into a glass beaker. Then he would stick his finger into the beaker to soak it with the urine, and then he would proceed to lick his finger. What he did not tell his students is that he only made it look like he. Real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance. Confucius was licking his finger. His tongue did not actually touch his fingertip. Students who were observant discovered that they had not tasted their own urine, but those who did not exercise full observation skills actually did. The lesson was powerful. Observe with all senses. An elderly man and his wife walked into McDonald's and ordered 1 hamburger, 1 portion of French fries, and a Coke. They sat down. He carefully cut the hamburger into 2 and gave 1 to his wife. He then carefully counted the fries, divided them into 2 equal portions, and gave 1 portion to his wife. A young man saw him doing this and came over. "Sir," he said, "could I buy you and your wife another hamburger and fries?" "Thank you very much, young man," the elderly man replied, "but you see, my wife and I have been married for 50 years and we share everything." The young man returned to his seat while the elderly man proceeded to eat his half of the hamburger. His wife sat watching him. The young man could not bear it any longer, so he got up and went to the couple and said, "Sir, I would really like to buy you another hamburger and fries." "Thank you very much, young man," the elderly man replied. "But you see, my wife and I have been married for 50 years, and we share everything." The young man sat down, and now he saw the wife eating the fries while the elderly man just sat and watched. Eye contact and being in the moment are critical in building support. A roving eye gives the impression of an insincere, hand-pumping Mr. Sleaze. "People always remember the room, sir, for Susan Rowan." The young man could not take it any longer and went over to them and said, "I really feel bad watching you and your wife. You allow me to buy you more food?" The elderly man said, "We share everything." "Yes, I have heard that," the young man said. "But why do you take turns to eat?" The elderly man said, "We share everything. We were waiting for our teeth." While this is a hilarious story, the point is that if the young man had been observant, he would have noticed that they had exchanged teeth just before waiting for each other. A man was concerned with his wife's hearing, so he consulted a doctor. "It's getting really bad," he said. "How bad?" asked the doctor. "I don't know," the man said, so the doctor suggested the following. "When you get home, call her from the front door, then go to the room where she is and call to her from the outside the room. Finally, go up to her, and it takes humility to seek feedback. It takes wisdom to understand it, analyze it, and appropriately act on it. Stephen Covey, speak to her up close. That way we will know how bad her hearing is." So when the man got home, he called her from the front door. "Darling, is dinner ready?" He heard nothing, so he went up to the room where she was and said, "Darling, is dinner ready?" Still nothing. Finally, he went up to her and spoke into her ears, "Darling, is dinner ready?" The wife looked at him and said, for the third time, "Yes." This story has a twist. We keep thinking the problem is with the wife. Sometimes, in order to listen, we must first assume the problem could be with us. A customer entered a restaurant and sat down to order his food. After ordering, he signaled the waiter and said, "Could you turn up the air conditioning? It's very warm in here." "Certainly, sir," replied the waiter, as the food was brought to him. The customer said to the waiter, "Could you turn down the air conditioning? I don't want the food to get cold too quickly." "Sure," said the waiter. In the middle of his meal, the customer again called the waiter and said, "Could you turn the air conditioning up? It's getting warm again." "Not a problem, sir," said the waiter courteously. Another customer saw what was happening and called the waiter over to praise him. "I am amazed at your patience with the other. Listening is perhaps the most important skill that many lack, few teach, and is never found as a school curriculum." Customer, "Oh, it is not a problem, sir. You see, we don't have any air conditioning at this restaurant." 2. Responding with wonderment and awe. The seed of great thought usually starts with a sense of wonderment. In the minds of great discoverers, inventors, and philosophers, the thought-processing language most probably has the following prefix: "What will happen if I make this radio so small that it can be carried in the pocket?" A response of awe and wonderment is a manifestation of a soul filled with the passion for living. It is a life without fetters, unrestrained by fears and rules, unencumbered by circumstances, free from prejudices and emotional baggage from the past, not imprisoned by past mistakes. It is a childlike sense of excitement. It is a wildness of mind, one where the world is a place full of hidden greatness waiting to be found and enjoyed. Practical activities to promote using all your senses. Take nature walks and smell the forest. Touch the leaves and vines and twigs. Feel the air. How sweet it is in the morning and heavy it is in the afternoon. Look at the little creatures and observe their movements. Taste the wild fruits. Check if they are edible first. Hear the sounds of the forest. Consider the sensation of pleasure or pain responding with awe and wonderment. The secret of success is constancy to purpose. Benjamin Disraeli. Finding wonderment in the world around us begins with a mind that wants to know how everything works. Watching Discovery Channel or Animal Planet helps to fuel that mindset. Reading about the weird and wonderful things around us stokes the appetite for more wonderment and awe. Sherlock Holmes and his trusted companion Watson went on a camping trip. Out in the open field they pitched a tent and soon fell soundly asleep. In the dead of the night, Holmes woke up and felt something awry. He woke Watson and asked him, "Watson, look up and tell me what you see." Watson replied, "I see millions of stars." "What does that tell you?" asked Holmes. Watson pondered for a moment and said, "Astronomically speaking, it tells me that there are millions and millions of galaxies, and we are just but one speck of it. It really is quite awesome." Holmes stared at Watson and said, "You fool, it means that someone has stolen our tent." This joke illustrates that we can be awestruck and forget ourselves. If you practice the habit of responding in awe, you will often be excited about the world around you. The Pope was visiting New York. As he had some time in between his busy schedule, he asked his chauffeur to take him out on a private sightseeing tour incognito. The Pope had always wanted to drive through the streets of New York, so he asked his driver to let him take the wheel, and the driver sat in the back seat. The Pope enjoyed his drive so much he was not watching the speed limit and was soon stopped by a traffic cop. As the traffic cop approached "You cannot teach a man anything. You can only help him find it within himself." Galileo. Car, the Pope wound down the window. When he recognized the Pope, he went into a state of shock. He did not know what to do, so he radioed his superior and said, "Sir, I have a problem." The superior asked, "What is it?" The cop said, "I have just pulled over somebody really important." The superior asked, "Who is it?" The cop said, "I really don't know, but the Pope is his driver." The cop was in awe of such a sight, the Pope being the driver. When a teacher calls a boy by his entire name, it means trouble. Mark Twain, listening with understanding and empathy across. 1. The action of paying attention. 3. Attitude showing that you honor someone. Down. Connecting with another person. Putting oneself in someone's shoes. Gathering data through all sense. Across. 2. This machine is as it can detect very small changes. And then it's just what I just said. The same when you use your nose. To engage back and forth with a machine or someone. The sense of feeling when you use the hand. To be fully involved in an activity, responding with awe and wonderment. Across the word you utter when you suddenly got it. A state of mind when you are anticipating something new. Down, totally interested and absorbed with something. When Johnny entered Disneyland, he immediately thought it was a Dystopulator, the comic publisher of Spider-Man. Chapter 6. Constructiveness. The habit of constructive thinking is made up of 3 strands. Thinking interdependently, questioning and problem posing, define past knowledge. Constructive thinkers build their new knowledge on past knowledge, making associations and applications as they do so. They are adept at working with others. They have honed their skills in drawing upon the strength of team members and developing cohesive, inspiring working relationships with team members. These thinkers value the thinking of others. They are unafraid of opposing views, enjoy good constructive debates as a way to polish their own thinking and probe weaknesses in their own thinking processes. Here, constructive thinkers ask good questions. Their habit of questioning leads them to test systems and long-held assumptions and play with scenarios. Their ability to question and pose problems without malice helps them to constantly construct better products, solutions, and services. 3. Thinking interdependently. Humans are social beings. We congregate in groups, find it therapeutic to be listened to, draw energy from one another, and seek reciprocity. In groups, we contribute our time and energy to tasks that we would quickly tire of when working alone. We are such social creatures that solitary confinement is one of the cruelest forms of punishment that can be inflicted on an individual. Working in groups requires the ability to justify ideas and to test. My goal is simple. It is a complete understanding of the universe, why it is as it is, and why it exists at all. Stephen Hawking. The feasibility of solutions strategies on others. It also requires developing a willingness and openness to accept feedback from a critical friend. As the world grows in increasing connectedness and complexity, the ability to think interdependently has become ever more so important. Leadership in the 21st century has shifted from being able to provide solutions to your followers to being able to mine the collective minds of your followers for solutions. The great artist and inventor Leonardo da Vinci often consorted with great minds of his time. He viewed the works and ideas of others as experience by proxy. Reading the thinking of great men, either past or present, is a habit of the interdependent thinker. Leonardo da Vinci also pointed out that the works of others should be studied carefully and critically, and ultimately be tested through our own experience. This is one way of traversing time and space in interdependent thinking. At the 50th anniversary of the publication of the scientific discovery of the double helix structure of DNA by Watson and Crick, James Watson elaborated on several reasons for their success. Watson. They were passionate about their work. They were willing to try approaches that came from outside of their area of familiarity. Then Watson let in on a stunning reason. They were not the most intelligent of the scientists in the pursuit of the DNA structure. Watson revealed that he believed the smartest person of the lot was Rosalind Franklin, a British scientist working in Paris at that time. The five senses are the ministers of our soul. Leonardo da Vinci. Watson said Rosalind was so intelligent that she rarely sought advice. If you're the brightest person in the room, you're in trouble. Group consultation has long been recognized to produce superior decisions than lone decision-making. Psychologist Patrick Laughlin of the University of Illinois discovered that the approaches and outcomes of cooperating groups are not just better than those of the average group member, but are better than even the group's best problem solver functioning alone. How, then, do we cultivate the habit of thinking interdependently? The key attributes to thinking interdependently include the ability to withhold judgment as you listen to others, knowing how to value the contribution of others, inspiring a common vision and focus in eliciting participation, ability to communicate clearly, knowing others. Let us look at each one in detail. Withholding judgment. Interdependent thinkers sift through the emotional clutter to listen to ideas and views. Like panning for gold, it takes patience and a keen focus to cast out the debris, and often nuggets of gold can be found. Various tools are available, such as the Midasone, the MBTI-T1, or DISC-3, to help build a team whose members think rather differently, or who have different dispositions. One Midas, short for Multiple Intelligences, Developmental Assessment Scales, was developed by Jarbrandt and Shearer. This tool provides the multiple intelligence profile of an individual. 2. MBTI is the acronym for Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, a psychometric test to assess personality type. The DISC is a personal assessment tool based on the work of William Moulton Marston. When you know a thing, to recognize that you know it, And when you do not know a thing, to recognize that you do not know it, that is knowledge. Confucius. These teams are often found to produce higher quality decisions compared to teams whose members think alike. Valuing contributions. Human beings, by and large, are endowed with the ability to sense if their ideas are acceptable or if the listener is just patronizing them. There is no shortcut to valuing contributions. Only sincerity counts. Let the contributing person know if you have taken his views into account. Sometimes, not all views can be used, and it is all right to say that. If you end up not using any of the person's ideas any of the time, maybe it is an indication that perhaps you should start talking to someone else. Inspiring a common focus. Drawing ideas and views can be made more powerful if the central idea and mission can be communicated clearly and with enthusiasm. Usually a weak, non-effusive communication gets you a weak, non-effusive response. Allowing others to see how important the decision or solution can be in the entire scheme of things helps to give a bird's-eye view of the magnitude of the matter at hand. Mind mapping, see Chapter 12, is a wonderful tool for creating a mental image for team members to focus their thoughts on. It also allows each member's thoughts to be placed without interfering with other team members' ideas. Knowing others. Next to knowing yourself, knowing others makes a great difference in interdependent thinking. Knowing the person's family background, previous accomplishments, dreams, desires, and technical competencies are all valuable information for you. In this respect, the tools mentioned earlier, such as Midas, MBTI, and DISC, are useful. If you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Derek Bock. A man went into a bar and ordered 3 glasses of whiskey. He drank them one after the other. The next day he came in and did the same thing. Day after day he repeated the ritual. One day the bartender became curious and asked him why he did that. "You see," the man said, "I have 2 brothers. One is now in Australia and the other in Ireland. We made a pact that we will remember one another when we drink." Some time later the man came into the bar and ordered 2 glasses of whiskey. The bartender felt something was wrong. "I am sorry to see that you have lost one of your brothers," cried the man. "Oh no," the man said, "I still have 2 brothers." "Then why do you order only 2 glasses?" "You see," the man said, "recently my wife took me to church, and I promised the priest that I would stop drinking." This story is a facetious story about thinking interdependently. An extremely wealthy man, 65 years of age, wanted to marry a young girl many years his junior. He was afraid that she might not accept his proposal. He sought the counsel of his wise friend. "Should I tell her my real age? Or should I lie and tell her I am 45 years old?" His friend advised him, "I think you might stand a better chance telling her you are 85 years old." While this story is funny, it illustrates that others may have a perspective to a problem quite different from yours. Dig a well before you are thirsty. Chinese proverb. A man came to see his lawyer. "I want to divorce my wife," he said. "That should not be too difficult," said the lawyer. "I can make it neat and clean." "No," the man said. "I do not want it neat and clean. I have suffered so much in this marriage that I want to make her suffer." The lawyer thought for a while and suggested, "For the next 3 months, treat her like a princess. Praise her, honor her, give her everything she wants, treat her with utmost courtesy, kindness, and consideration. Then, at the end of 3 months, without warning, divorce her. She will suffer for sure." 3 months passed, but the lawyer did not hear from his client. So he called him. "Shall we meet and talk about your divorce?" "Divorce? Why should I want a divorce? Ever since I started treating her like a princess, I felt like a prince." In this story, the man experienced happiness by first giving away. Thinking interdependently requires us to think of others, give them our kind thoughts, that tends to have a boomerang effect, questioning and posing problems. Questions. One of the distinguishing characteristics of humans is our inclination and ability to find problems to solve. Effective problem solvers know how to ask questions to fill the gaps between what they know and what they don't know. Instinctively hidden within us is a natural desire to ask questions. Many times we suppress this instinct because we are afraid to make a fool of ourselves. He who knows others is clever. He who knows himself is enlightened. Lao Tse, we have been programmed not to ask stupid questions, not to be a busybody, not to bother others, not to be a nuisance, not to be rude by asking difficult questions. Therefore, we remain silent, allowing the natural teacher within us to be suppressed, instead of letting this teacher guide us. We are born to ask questions. Just observe the inquisitive nature of all young children. They ask about everything, including trying questions like, "Do worms yawn?" We come into this world with a brain hardwired to ask questions. Formal schooling sometimes rewires it to stop asking questions. While we would like to encourage questions from our students and children, we often face practical problems in handling them. The two common problems faced by parents and teachers are a lack of time in answering questions and the fear that if we cannot give a reasonable answer, we would look weak and ineffective. The latter reason is easier to deal with. It is time to reframe the role of teachers and parents. They are not universal solution providers or answer machines. They are facilitators of knowledge. Once that role has been clarified, the fear should no longer be present. In fact, questions with no apparent answers enrich our lives as they become a quest to build new knowledge. If the student is old enough to make inquiries on his own, the teacher and parent should take the opportunity to reverse the task and ask him to find out the answers, or guide him as to how to go about finding the answers. He can go online on the internet, do research at the library, or ask an expert he knows. What is important is to follow through the search and hold both student and yourself accountable to seek the answer. To know the mind is the most important task of your life, and to know the mind is to know the world. Buddhist teaching. If the question asker is too young to find out the answer himself, you can record the question and at a convenient time return with the answer. The former reason of insufficient time and disruption to the flow of the lesson can be resolved by keeping a question log. Each question can be logged in a book and revisited at a planned session later. The curriculum can be designed with some spare time every few weeks to tackle questions where no immediate answers are available. All that is needed to start cultivating a culture of questioning is the availability of time, which can be scheduled in the responsibility of both students and teachers. Applying past knowledge to new situations. Intelligent people learn from experience. When confronted with a new and perplexing problem, they will draw forth experiences from their past. They can often be heard saying, "This reminds me of," or "This is just like the time when." They explain what they are doing with analogies about or references to their prior experiences. They call upon their store of knowledge and experience as sources of data to support, theories to explain, or processes to solve each new challenge. They are able to abstract meaning from one experience, carry it forth, and apply it to a new situation. Constructivist theory posits that the brain is a learning machine that constructs learning on previous learning. The learner is constantly building in new information on what they already know. People learn best when they actively construct their own errors. Use a mirror in difficult times. You will see both the cause and resolution. The Tao. Understanding. Constructivist learning also means the ability to transfer and apply knowledge from one domain to another. Many great inventions, discoveries, and problems solved were simply application of knowledge from one field to another. In addition, cross-cultural application and applying designs and ideas from the past can lead to some very creative ideas. A priest came across a group of boys arguing round a dog. "What's going on?" he asked. One of them said, "We found this dog, and every one of us wants to keep it. So we decided that we should each tell a lie, and the biggest liar will get to keep the dog." The priest was shocked. "Don't you know that lying is a sin?" He launched into a sermon about the 10 Commandments, about bearing false witness and lying. He ended by saying, "You know, when I was your age, I never told a lie." The boys looked at each other and held a quick discussion. Okay, they said, "You win, you can keep the dog." The boys applied their past knowledge and concluded that the priest was lying. They were using experiential intelligence. At an international archaeological conference, 3 men stood talking about their cities. The Englishman said, "We have been digging up the streets of London, and guess what we found?" "What did you find?" "We found pipes carrying water." "What does that mean?" Ames replied, "Because this is a Roman pond." Ames answered, "It means that London was the first city in the world to... Our goals can only be reached through a vehicle of a plan in which we must fervently believe and upon which we must vigorously act. There is no other route to success. Pablo Picasso hath water piped into our homes." The American said, "We have also been digging in New York." "What did you find?" "We found electrical cables." "What does that mean?" "It means that New York was the first city in the world to have electricity in our homes." The Egyptian said, "We too have been digging in Cairo." "What did you find?" "Nothing." "What does that mean?" "It means that Cairo was the first city in the world to have wireless radio in our homes." A couple of hunters chartered a plane to take them into the mountains to hunt. A week later, the pilot returned to pick them up. He looked at the wild deer they'd shot. "There is no way the plane can take all 5 deers. We will have to leave one behind." "But we did it last year," the hunters insisted. "The pilot took the 2 of us and the 5 deers in a plane just like yours." The pilot hesitated, but finally decided to take their word for it. "Well, if you did it last year, I suppose we can do it again this year." The plane took off. As it approached a mountain, it could not gain height and crashed into the side of the mountain. The pilot and hunters crawled out of the plane, dazed but unhurt. "I wonder where we are?" the pilot asked. Looking around, one of the hunters said, "I think we are about a mile east of where we crash-landed last year." Applying past knowledge selectively. Chapter 7. Courageous Thinking. The habit of courageous thinking is made up of 2 strands: persistence, taking responsible risks. Courageous thinkers are not afraid of hard work. When the road is long and bumpy, they hold on to their seats and find strategies to help them keep going. They learn strategies from undesired outcomes and constantly make adjustments to revert to the path they are seeking. They set worthwhile goals, big goals. They have the ability to stay on the task and see to the completion of their goals. These thinkers are risk-takers. They take measured and responsible risks and develop well-researched and well-thought-out plans before embarking on the venture. They are not afraid to venture into new territories. They push their personal territory, and in so doing, sometimes push the collective territory of the community. Furfurous thinking. Effective people stick to a task until it is completed. They don't give up easily. They are able to analyze a problem, and they develop a system, structure, or strategy to attack it. They have a repertoire of alternative strategies for problem solving, and they employ a whole range of these strategies. And if one strategy does not work, they know how to back up and try another strategy. They recognize when a theory or idea must be rejected and another employed. Because they are able to sustain a problem-solving process over time, They are comfortable with ambiguous and uncertain situations. They thrive in a world of uncertainty. The difference between a successful person and others is not a lack of strength, not a lack of knowledge, but a lack of will. Vincent T. Lombardi. People often give up when the answer to a problem is not immediately known. Sometimes they take the shortest route possible, even though they know it is not a good solution. The story of great achievements by famous men like Thomas Edison and many others are peppered with the characteristics of persistence. When asked how he felt about his experiment failing a few hundred times, Edison replied, "Now I know 900 more ways how it should not be done." The secret of Thomas Edison's genius. While stories abound on Edison's strength of persisting in his endeavors, a more insightful account of the subtle uniqueness of Edison's view of the world and the workings of his mind will give us a formula for success. The brain is a pleasure-seeking organ. It has a primal program to keep going back to what is enjoyable and pleasurable and will avoid pain. This program helps to ensure survival of the species. However, with the change in the environment, this primal program, while serving us well in most circumstances, trips us up in some situations. For example, if you are engaged in a difficult task which is giving you pain and taking you away from pleasure, like watching your favorite television program, your brain will seek ways to disrupt that activity and serve you by bringing you to the television program. Thus, you have this battle of the will. You cannot really trick the brain. It is the seeker of truth, and you cannot really play games with it. It outsmarts you. If one learns from others but does not think, one will be bewildered. If, on the other hand, one thinks but does not learn from others, one will be in peril. Confucius. In the case of Edison's genius, he persisted far beyond many humans because his failures were actually positive, pleasurable feedback to his brain. He actually viewed them as mini victories, as he believed they brought him closer to his goals. And they did. His now famous statement after the 900 failed light bulb experiment of, "Now I know another way that cannot work," is not a cliché. It was a truth that was organized in his brain. But wait a minute. If we followed this route of thinking, we may end up with the 1,0,0,0,0,0th experiment, and we would all still be in darkness, without the light bulb. Here is the second secret. Edison had developed a self-checking system. He had a way to not just eliminate the possibilities, but he also had a way to gather feedback to allow him to find the key of success in his failures. This feedback system has its foundation in metacognition, which will be discussed in more detail in a later chapter. Encourage students to try and try again. Create an environment where persistence pays. Celebrate not just the quick answers, but celebrate persistence. Give an award for sticking to the task. The psychological high a student gets when he has finished the task allows him to store up the memory as a pleasurable task. He will seek it the next time. Repeated many times, this becomes a disposition. Sometimes indecision or a lack of tools causes the student to stall in his work. This slowness or inability to tackle the problem may not be a lack of perseverance, but a lack of skill. Teach the use of tools to unblock the mind, like mind maps, using keywords, drawing on past knowledge, or simply taking short breaks to refresh the mind. One hand must wash the other, or both will be dirty. Danish proverb. The key to motivating the student is to keep on keeping on. Don't let the process stall. Celebrate progress, however small. Patient. Doc, I've tried everything to try to stop smoking, but I just can't succeed, doctor. I'll prescribe one of those new nicotine patches then. Patient. Oh, I've tried that too, but I just couldn't keep it lit. Psychiatrist. Well, George, You're making good progress, which is more than what I can say about Stanley in Ward D. He keeps telling everyone that he is buying the Vatican. Can you believe that? George, no, I can't. After all, I've told him 1,000,000 times, I am not selling. I have been practicing medicine for more than 10 years. Patiently. Well, call me when you're done practicing and decide to get serious. Persistence sometimes requires us to seek alternative solutions. Coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Henry Ford. Flexible people seem to have an almost uncontrollable urge to go beyond established limits. They are uneasy about comfort, and they live on the edge of their competence. They seem compelled to place themselves in situations where they do not know what the outcome will be and courageously venture beyond their comfort zone. They accept confusion, uncertainty, and the higher risk of failure as part of the process. They learn to view setbacks as interesting, challenging, and growth-producing. Responsible risk-taking has to be honed through repeated experiences. It is often a cross between intuition, drawing on past knowledge, striving for precision and accuracy, and a sense of meeting new challenges. Fear of failure is the greatest obstacle to taking responsible risks. Some scruffy-looking men showed up at the pearly gates of heaven. The archangel recognized them as people from a certain community known for being thieves and robbers. He ran to St. Peter and asked what he should do. "Let them in," St. Peter said. "Are we not to be merciful?" Soon the archangel came running back. "They are gone," he gasped. "I told you, you should have let them in," said St. Peter. "No, I mean the gates, the pearly gates, they are gone. One cannot live in this world without the support of others." Okinawan proverb, "Hatame ne ashi no wakadis rite," is so powerful because of the truth of what it teaches. American School of Kindness Open Festival. All of us thankfully undertook a picnic dinner in Lehman and hopped into responsible threats. A village chief heard that the men in his village were afraid of their wives. At a festival, when all the villagers were present, he decided to find out if this was true. So he called on all the men who were afraid of their wives to stand on his right, and those who were not afraid of their wives to stand on his left. Sure enough, all the men came up and stood on his left. The village chief was pleased with this man. "At least there is one man who is not afraid of his wife," he told the villagers. He went up to the man and asked, "Tell me, brave man, what made you different from the rest?" "I don't know," the man said. "My wife told me to stand here." At a women's liberation convention, an American lady stood up and said, "I told my husband, no more cooking, no more washing. The first day I saw nothing. The second day I saw nothing. The third day I saw him learning to cook." A German lady stood up and said, "I told my husband, no more feeding the baby. The first day I saw nothing. The second day I saw nothing. The third day I saw him learning to change the diapers." An Iraqi lady spoke up, "I told my husband, no more cooking, no more sewing. The first day I saw nothing. The second day I saw nothing. The third day I started seeing a little. Even when walking in the company of two men, I am bound to be able to learn from them. The good points of one I copy, the bad points of the other I correct in myself. Confucius, out of my left eye." The story illustrates that taking responsible risk is still taking risk, and sometimes, but we must be prepared to pay the price. Chapter 8. Exactness. The habit of exactness is made up of two strands: striving for accuracy, thinking and communicating with clarity. Exercise. Many common problems can be traced to the lack of accuracy and clarity. Fuzzy thinking manifests itself in fuzzy communication. Costa. Conversely, when someone has a habit of striving for accuracy and communicating with clarity, it reflects a clear, uncluttered thinking pattern. Decision processes are clear and traceable in such a person. He can account for what is going on in his mind, and thus can see in his mind's eye if such a process is flawed. Relationship. The benefits of accuracy as a habit of behavior and clarity of thought and communication go far beyond just one person. Much like the digital age in communication, the signals are transmitted from one person to another with loss of signal and distortion. For that reason, striving for accuracy. The failure of the American Patriot missile battery in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia during the Gulf War was caused by an inaccurate calculation of the time and computer arithmetic errors. The missile failed to track and intercept an incoming Iraqi Scud missile. The result, 28 soldiers were killed and 100 others injured. On June 1996, a $7 billion unmanned Ariane 5 rocket, launched by the European Space Agency, exploded just 40 seconds after liftoff from French Guiana. The cause of the failure was a software error in the inertia reference system. Sleipner A platform produces oil and gas in the North Sea and is supported on the seabed at a depth of 82 meters. The sinking was a result of errors related to insufficient anchorage of the reinforcement in a critical zone. Education is the progressive discovery of our ignorance. Will Durant. History is littered with more problems caused by inaccuracies. Students today are often careless when turning in their work. When asked if they have checked their work, they usually say yes, but give little thought to the meaning of checking for accuracy. Their concept of checking may be limited to checking if their names were written on the top left-hand corner, or that they had handed the English assignment to their English teacher and not their maths teacher. They seem to feel little inclination to reflect on the accuracy of their work. Hastiness over getting the assignment out of the way surpasses their desire for craftsmanship. Striving for accuracy is not centered on being fastidious about things or merely focusing on details. At the center of this habit is the attitude of taking pride in our work. When we take pride in what we do it well. Doing things well means taking the extra effort to ensure quality and precision. If a student were to be told that his essay would be read by the president, he would certainly make extra effort to ensure that the grammar, punctuation, and spellings are correct. He would surely check that the ideas presented in the essay are sound and the presentation is slick. Undoubtedly, he would check it several times and reflect on the work beforehand. It over. So it is with someone who owns the work. He may not be playing to an audience or the president, but the work will reflect the respect he has for himself in assuming ownership of it. Whenever we view an elegant art piece or watch an enrapturing dance performance, we perceive the sense of craftsmanship that has manifested itself. If we have a chance to go behind the scenes, we will see the many hours of practice and the delivery. Such is the habit that students should have. Obviously, the amount of time and effort should be. Study the past, if you would, divine the future. Confucius commensurate with the level of work that is required. Students need to be taught these skills. It does not come to them naturally. At an international thinking conference, 3 men stood boasting about their countries. The Russian said, "We have ventured into the oceans of our planet, explored the depths, and touched the floor of the deepest ocean." "Really?" the other said. "Well, almost, perhaps just an inch short," the Russian replied. The American said, "We have ventured forth into outer space, the heights of the galaxies, and touched the ceiling of heaven." "Really?" the other said. "Well, almost, perhaps just an inch short," the American replied. The Chinese said, "We have not gone down to the depths nor risen to the heights, but we have learnt to eat food, though our noses." "Really?" they asked. "Well, almost, just an inch short," replied the Chinese. This funny story is about tall stories, but also how the Chinese man cleverly made it such that it was accurate down to just an inch short. Movie star Jackie Chan was drinking in a bar in Honolulu when, lo and behold, who should walk in but the world-renowned film director Steven Spielberg. After a few drinks, Spielberg went up to Jackie and gave him a punch that sent him flying off his stool. "What's that for?" demanded Jackie. "That's for all the people who died in Pearl Harbor, you idiot," Jackie retorted. "I am Chinese. It was the Japanese who attacked Pearl Harbor. Goals are dreams with deadlines." Deanna Scharf hunted him a karate chop that sent him sprawling on the floor. Jackie gained and ran. Great panache. He was said to have made $1 million in oil in Saudi Arabia. When he got up on stage, he made the following corrections. Firstly, it was not Saudi Arabia, but Nigeria. ITHINKINEDGLASSES, WHINKTHA Yesterday, I went out to the woods and I picked up ASNAKETOK. ILASTICK, problems are only opportunities in work clothes. Henry Kaiser is cognitive maps and their ability to think critically, which is AT knowledge-based for efficacious action. Enriching the complexity and specificity of language simultaneously produces cognitive ETHINKINGFA coin. They are inseparable. Fuzzy language is a reflection of ROK. They use vague or general nouns and pronouns. They told me to do it. Everybody has one. They use unqualified L in Constantinople. The Pope was faced with a crisis of grey tea proportions. The Catholics could no longer tolerate the growing G population of the Jews in the city. Utter habilitation of the Jews to his pontifical cathedral and hand him the order personally. Say but a word to him, he will turn your word on you. What shall die his people have to leave the city? And tell him in the manner of the shy, the season of failure is the best time for sowing the seeds of success. Paramahansa Yogananda, Great Liturgy of our Church, Symbols without words. D to the Pontifical Cathedral to receive the order. On the appointed day, the rabbi walked into the cathedral with the cardinals, and the OFHIALSOFTHEAISLE. Wise men talk because they have something to say. Fool because they have to say something. Plato. That God is everywhere, so the Jews need not stay in this city. We believe in the Trinity, which they don't. He said, but we believe ye in one God, we are the same. Finally, I took the chalice to our Lord. But he replied, we all ate the apple in the Garden of Eden. How could I ask them TOEAV? How could I ask them TOAEAV, 1EANDTHEASAME, B? The Pope had changed his mind. How did you convince him? THEYASKED. SKI TY ISAIDNO we AREST AING HEREIING HERET B NOOF USISGOING G with me, except an apple in my pocket, and so I offered it to him. That's when he said, all right, you may stay. AINGPRECISION.WHATASMOF. The policy of being too cautious is the greatest risk of all. Jawaharlal Nehru named Bill and made him an offer. I have t-shirts, good quality, cheap. You can make a lot of money selling them. Bill asked for raw consignment. A few weeks after Bill got home, a container load of t-shirts arrived. Bill examined them. They looked good. Soon they were sent to the outlets and were selling like hotcakes. After the first wash. Then Bill called Mr. Wong on the phone. Guarantee no shrinking, and all the t-shirts are shrinking. Oh right, we Chinese read from right to left. Read the label again, and DYOUW, ILUNDER, STAN, DWHATSHAPENING. and I forget what I was taught. I only remember what I have learned. Patrick White, striving for accuracy. A cross looks good and classy. The right amount of change you should receive. This television displays really images. Down, the opposite of wrong. The center of a dartboard. A description of high standard of work. The kind of diamond you like to buy. Self-magnetic, the habit of self-magnetism, is made up of two strands, managing impulsivity, metacognition. Confucius said, "Know thyself, know thy enemy, 100 battles, 100 victories." Self-knowledge precedes self-management. Self-knowledge has been the secret dished out to hungry young souls by sages who lived on mountaintops. This romantic view of self-knowledge has inspired many movies and adventure stories. In 1974, Flavel coined a term, metacognition, that has ushered self-knowledge into the modern era. Self-cognition must ultimately result in applicable knowledge. We yearn for self-cognition so that we know how to improve. Self-management is about using self as carefully as possible. Thinkers with this habit are often reflective and not given to impulsive behavior. They can trace their thought processes and give a clear and unbiased account of their actions and behavior. The individual can track their impulses and alternately have a response to every impulse in their dosiksa. Managing impulsivity. When we think of the word impulsivity, we often think of cognitive impulsivity, acting without thinking. Impulsive behavior shows up as impatience, difficulty in awaiting one's turn, and blurting out answers without prior thought. Impulsive people often act on the first idea they think of. Effective problem solvers are deliberate. They think before they act. They intentionally establish a vision of a product, an action plan, goal, or destination before they begin. They strive to clarify. When you want to test the depth of a stream, don't use both feet. Chinese proverb. Understand directions. They develop a strategy for approaching a problem, and they withhold immediate value judgments about an idea before they fully understand it. Reflective individuals consider alternatives and consequences of several possible directions before they take action. They decrease their need for trial and error by gathering information, taking time to reflect on an answer before giving it, making sure they understand directions, and listening to alternative points of view. Before embarking on an experiment, Edison would usually ask his assistants to find out from the library or other sources of information if anyone else had done something like it. He did this so that he would not be repeating the same experiment, or he could learn from other similar experiments. Edison took time to plan and research. He did not just jump into the experiment impulsively. In our classrooms, students usually rush to put up their hands in order to answer a question. They usually don't take time to ponder and check in their heads if the answer makes sense, or if it is accurate, or if it is precise. Impulsive behavior, if carried into adulthood, can result in many serious problems at the workplace. Managing impulsivity is not just about slowing things down, but is also about having a sense of deliberation in your answers or decisions. Obviously, in some situations, like rescuing a drowning person, you have to act fast. But even 1 second planning can help the situation, like checking to see if there is a float nearby. Out in the countryside, there was a priest who owned a horse that weigh the situation, then move. Sun Tzu, he used to do his visiting. Being a pious man, he taught his horse all the commands in religious language. One day, a parishioner wanted to borrow the horse for an errand. The priest explained, "You must know that my horse understands only commands using religion as the language. When you want it to walk, you say Hallelujah. If you want it to go faster, you say Praise the Lord. If you want it to stop, you say Amen." The parishioner thought to himself, "That is easy," and said Hallelujah, and the horse galloped off. He was enjoying the ride so much that he did not notice the trail led to the edge of a cliff. He panicked and forgot the commands. He said, "Stop," but the horse kept going. Finally, he decided to pray, "God help me, Amen." Lo and behold, the horse suddenly halted, just one step from the cliff. The parishioner looked down and heaved a sign of relief and gave a loud cry, "Hallelujah!" Of course, we know that will cause the horse to gallop. The story plays on the habitual use of the expression without thinking, that is, being impulsive. During the French Revolution, 3 men were arrested and charged with treason and sentenced to death by guillotine. One was a priest, one a farmer, and the other a carpenter. The priest was the first to go. The executioner asked him, "Look up or look down?" He bravely stepped onto the block and said, "I am not afraid to look death in the face. I shall look up." The executioner pulled the lever and the blade fell halfway and stopped. Opportunities multiply as they are seized. Sun Tzu, the executioner, said, "According to the rule, you are free to go." Next, it was the farmer's turn. "Look up or look down?" the executioner asked. The farmer said, "Look down." Again, the blade fell halfway, and the farmer was led off. Finally, the carpenter stepped onto the block. The executioner asked, "Look up or look down?" The carpenter said, "I will not be afraid. I will look up." He was placed on the block with his face looking up at the guillotine and the wooden frame supporting it. Just as the executioner was about to pull the lever, the carpenter shouted excitedly, "Stop! I can see what the problem is." The carpenter should think before talking about the guillotine. 6.1. 6.1. Some call it the pinnacle of mental functioning. Some say it enables us to be successful learners. Metacognition is thinking about thinking. It is the ability to know what we know and what we don't know. Although inner language, thought to be a prerequisite for metacognition, begins around 5 years of age, some psychologists believe that metacognition blossoms during the puberty years. Metacognition has been called by many different names and manifests itself in various forms, some of which are as follows. Watch your thoughts, they become words. Watch your words, they become actions. Watch your actions, they become habits. Watch your habits, they become character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. Frank Outlaw. The knowledge and awareness of one's own cognition and the ability to monitor, regulate, and evaluate one's thinking. The ability of individuals to better control their own thinking to become more efficient and flexible learners. Brown, Campioni, Flavel. The ability for checking, planning, selecting, monitoring, and interpreting ongoing experiences. The state where one is conscious of one's thinking whilst thinking. The major components of metacognition are developing a plan of action, keeping that plan in mind over a period of time, and then reflecting on and evaluating the plan upon completion. The Russian psychologist Alexander Luria found that, interestingly, not everyone achieves the level of formal operation of metacognition. He estimated that only 60% of adults have ever engaged in metacognition. There are several ways to enhance metacognition. Here are some suggestions. Monitoring your own progress as you learn. Central to this knowledge of self and self-regulation, be the change you want to see in the world. Mahatma Gandhi, our commitment, attitudes, and level of attention required for a task. The person must have this skill to will. Red Cross, 1963. Knowledge of process. Many people may not even be aware of how their thinking processes work. You need to know that before you can make changes. You must adapt your strategies in response to the knowledge of how you are doing. Identifying and teaching these strategies will help students become more metacognitive. Acknowledge of control, planning, evaluation, self-reflection, and responsibility. Goal setting and time management help students to gain control over behavior and poor thinking. Metacognitive knowledge refers to the thoughts of what one knows, what one is currently doing, or what one's mental state is. It comprises of 3 categories: person, task, and strategy variables. Knowledge of person refers to the individual knowledge about one's own learning process. For example, you may be aware that your study session will be more productive if you worked in the library, for example, and then returned to spend the rest of the day at the classroom. Plenty of options have been offered to provide this information. Knowledge of task includes knowledge about the nature of the task and the type of processing demands that it will place on the individual. For example, you may be aware that it will take more time for you to read and comprehend a science text than a novel. Knowledge of strategy is the ability to choose the appropriate strategy to tackle the task. This may include the need for knowledge of person as well as the knowledge of task. For example, you may be aware that you work better during the morning than in the afternoon, and so schedule more learning time in the morning and more task-oriented activities in the afternoon. A great teacher never strives to explain his vision. He simply invites you to stand beside him and see for yourself. R. Inman, Metacognitive Regulation. This involves the use of metacognitive strategies, which are sequential processes that one uses to control mental activities and to check if the goal has been met. For example, after reading a text, the learner may mind map the key words in the text. Her goal is to understand the text. Mind mapping is a tool to help enhance metacognition. Questioning is another technique. The learner may also ask herself questions after reading the text. Self-questioning is a common metacognitive comprehension monitoring strategy. If she finds that she cannot answer her own questions, then she may decide on going back to the text or refer to other texts that are related to the topic. Effective learners are self-regulating learners. Metacognition is a critical attribute of successful learners. Arriving at an answer is only the beginning. Knowing how you arrived at the answer is the key to knowing problem-solving strategies and how to tackle more difficult questions in the future. Metacognition separates the expert learners from the novice learners. 2 monks were on their way home to their monastery. They came to a river and saw a beautiful young woman standing by the bank. She told them that she needed to get across, but was afraid. The older monk took her into his arms and carried her across. He put her down on the other side, and the 2 monks continued their way. If names are not correct, language is not in accordance with the truth of things. If language is not in accordance with the truth of things, affairs cannot be carried on to success. Confucius, an hour later, the younger monk asked, "How could you do that? You touched a woman. You carried her." The older monk replied, "Yes, I carried her, but I put her down. But 2 hours later, you are still carrying her in your mind." This story illustrates the way our mind works. Our thoughts are constantly swimming around in our minds. Metacognition helps us to manage those thoughts, understand ourselves, and make those thoughts swim in the right direction. Once upon a time in Timbuktu, there was a tribal king who loved to hunt. Every hunting season, he would be out with his faithful assistant. Now his assistant had a strange habit. Whenever anything happened, he would say, "It is good. It is good." One hunting day, as the assistant was handing the rifle to the king, he accidentally pulled the trigger. The rifle went off and blew off the little finger of the king's left hand. As the king screamed in pain, the assistant exclaimed, "It is good. It is good." The king was really annoyed and threw him into prison. The next hunting season came, and the king went on his own, and unfortunately came across another tribe. This tribe was known to be savage cannibals. They captured the king and brought him back to the village to make dinner of him. As they were cleaning him, they noticed that he was short of a little left finger. This tribe was superstitious and would not eat anyone who was blemished. Ananhakara said to them, so they let the king go. On his way back, the king realized that what his assistant said came true. that it was good that his little finger has been blown off. The way to change others' mind is with affection, not anger. The Dalai Lama. On his return, he pardoned the assistant and brought him into his court. "I am sorry I threw you into prison," the assistant said to the king. "It is good. It is good." "How can it be good?" the king asked. "You just spent 1 year of your life in prison." "Well," said the assistant, "if I had not been in prison, I would have been out hunting with you." Good thinking, assistant. He was able to trace the processes and make mental notes and evaluation. A man started a business and bought a used car. It had no cassette player or radio. A friend asked him, how was it driving in silence without any music? "I do a lot of thinking," said the man. A year later, business took off and the man traded in his used car for a new one. Not only did it have a radio, but it came with 10 CD changer, cassette, and a 6-speaker system. "I thought you'd do a lot of thinking while you drive." "Yes, now you know what I was thinking about." I started school in the 1st grade. Years passed, but I didn't. Henry Youngman, Managing Impossibilities Across. Thinking carefully before acting. There is an eerie before the storm. Can also mean a person in a hospital bed, toys down to have mastery over a situation. Light bounces off these surfaces. Chapter 10. Silliness. The habit of silliness is made up of one strand, finding humor. Researchers have yet to discover any other species of living creature that exhibits humor in their behavior. Perhaps it is a quality that is only found in humans, and for a good reason. Psychologists and medical researchers have found increasingly more evidence to suggest that humor contributes positively to many aspects of human existence. These range from positive social effects, creativity, healing, and happiness. It is perhaps a panacea for many human problems. Apparently, early human civilization, the role of humor has been highly valued. Think about the court jester, though seemingly frivolous, and yet he is so critical in the king's court that he is indeed a staff member of the cabinet. Bob Hope, the late American comedian, used to travel to the battlefront lines to cheer soldiers in their somber duty of fighting. Dr. Patch Adams believes that humor is the most important element in health, that he founded the Gesundheit Institute, a medical center in West Virginia, USA, where humor is used as an essential part of the medical therapy. Physiologically, humor's positive effects include a drop in pulse rate, secretion of endorphins, and increased oxygen in the blood. Humor has been found to liberate creativity and provoke such high-level thinking skills as anticipating, finding novel relationships, visual imaging, and paraphernalia. Humor is the great thing, the saving thing. The minute it crops up, all our irritations and resentments slip away, and a sunny spirit takes their place. Mark Twain Silene, I-142. People who engage in the mastery of humor have the ability to perceive situations from an original and often interesting vantage point. Apart from helping problem-solving, humor has myriad benefits. The humor evangelist, who has gone round the world prescribing humor and laughter as a medicine, is none other than Dr. Madan Kataria. He started the Laughter Club. Dr. Kataria said, "Laugh yourself silly, and your sense of humor will start flowing. Laughter clubs are the ideal platforms to laugh your way to silliness, because there is no fear of ridicule by anyone. A sense of humor is the capacity to perceive or relate an experience or situation in a funny and humorous way. Research shows that a preschool child can laugh up to 300 to 400 times a day, but adults laugh only 30 to 40 times a day. What happened to grown-ups? Laughter is the psychological response to humor. Laughter consists of 2 activities, the production of sound and a set of muscle movements, both simultaneously activated. Laughter is a universal language. It unites and it is familiar. It can be used by both kings and peasants to make life more pleasurable and rewarding. Neuropsychologist Pratibha Shami said that Humor plays a powerful and unique role in human life, with wide-ranging effects in many aspects of human function. Among other things, it ties society together, it helps us cope with daily stress, and it has a positive effect on the immune system. How does having a sense of humor help us in the thinking process? In the processing of the humorous information or situation, humor is a rubber sword. It allows you to make a point without drawing blood. Barry Hirsch, the brain activates both the right, left, front, and back lobes, helps to exercise the brain and activates the whole brain. Whole brain learning and problem solving has been found to be superior because you can see a wider perspective. It helps the brain to analyze a problem from more angles, while telling a joke or using humor requires you to find incongruence or displacement of context or an unusual perspective to life. The use of humor also enhances a person's creativity. Chapter 11. Practical Ideas for Cultivating SUNCEC. In this section, I have chosen to use the student as a proxy for the individual. The ideas here can just as easily be used in the home and office, too. These ideas can be viewed as starters and are certainly not exhaustive. You may wish to share more ideas by sending us an email at info@artcostacentry.com. We would certainly, with your permission, be happy to share that information on our website at artcostacentry.com. Flexibility in thinking. Flexibility in thinking is essentially keeping the mind supple. As with any muscle, keeping it supple involves stretching it and allowing every strand to be utilized often. Taking this analogy, flexible thinking can be cultivated by several activities listed here. Celebrate multiple solutions. This can be easily introduced in the classroom. In promoting our progress as a nation can be no swifter than our progress in education. J.F. Kennedy. Flexible thinking. It is important to keep the thinking process going and not bring it to closure too quickly. Instead of saying, "So, did everyone get 15 as the answer?" we should keep the thinking going by saying something like, "So, Kathy has 15 as her answer. Did anyone come up with a different answer?" In this situation, is it possible to have more than one solution? In this situation, is it possible to have more than one solution? Introducing the other side. Stories such as Three Little Pigs, from the wolf's point of view, or Giants Have Feeling Too, story of Jack and the Beanstalk from the giant's point of view. Debates. Essentially, debates are controlled and well-defined arguments. Debates are wonderful in creating multiple perspectives to a subject matter. The choice of the subject or topic in this case is crucial. Sometimes, even if the topic seems to be very skewed towards one side, it can be very surprising how the other view can be substantiated. Certain movies are also wonderful for encouraging flexibility in thinking. Classics such as 12 Angry Men, a story of a jury of 12 men, gives multiple perspectives to a situation or case. Role-playing requires a person to take on a different perspective and act accordingly. Constantly, the person has to deliberately think outside of himself and say constantly, "If I were Martha, what would I do and say?" All that we are is the result of what we have thought. Buddha. It gives the student a brief moment of change in mindset. It is also fun and engaging, and many students will enjoy that. Mostly, depending on the subject matter, it also engages the habit of finding humor. Follow-up discussion on how the student felt when playing the role, or asking them to justify an action or behavior he has made, uncovers the richness in the role-play activity. Questions like, "Why do you think Martha wanted to do that?" brings on the empathy and understanding. Building scenarios engage a system of thinking and challenge the student to a cause and effect pattern finding. The student working in a group challenges and seeks out the various ramifications of policy decisions, impact of people's reactions, potential factors to derail the outcomes. It fires the imagination as well. Playing what-if games. The what-if games are similar to scenario building, but at much shorter and piecemeal bases that can be incorporated in history, science, geography, or social studies lessons. Questions such as, what do you think would happen if Christopher Columbus had not discovered America? Or, if Sir Stamford Raffles had chosen Bintang Island as his trading post instead of Singapore, in what ways would Singapore be different today? The great end of education is to discipline rather than to furnish the mind, to train it to the use of its own powers rather than to fill it with the accumulation of others. In domains such as science, we may ask questions like, if most people lived to 100 years, what would society be like? Creating, imagining, and innovation. E. Paul Torrance was intrigued with the idea of measuring creativity in the individual. He rose to the challenge. He believed that creativity could be taught. Considered by many as the father of creativity, he dedicated his life to the research and teaching of creativity. His measure of creativity was based on 3 broad criteria: number of ideas generated, fluency of ideas, i.e., how many different types or categories of ideas, originality, how rare are those ideas? If we constantly exercise the student's ability to meet these criteria, we would have increased their creativity quotient. One of the best tools in helping the mind to do all 3 activities that measure creativity are mind maps. Reading widely and being interested in a wide variety of things in life helps to create more associations and generate more ideas. Leonardo da Vinci exhorts us to be interested in everything, because everything is connected to everything else. Lawrence Baxter, Chief E-commerce Officer at the Charlotte Bank Wachovia, says, "For me, reading widely outside of one's discipline has probably been the biggest source of ideas." Time spent laughing is time spent with the gods. Japanese proverb. Networking and working interdependently are other ways to generate ideas. My network is where I get my best ideas, says Dave Clark, Vice President of Enterprise Technology Services at the American Red Cross, Washington, D.C. I have a small number of people that I talk to fairly regularly, and I think we have a good exchange of ideas. Making creativity an everyday affair. In everyday situations, at work, in the classroom, and at home, continually recognizing and speaking about creative solutions will help create a culture of creative thinking. Creativity should not be held up as a once-in-a-blue-moon event, or a very intentional, highly sacred occurrence or activity that we do on special occasions. Following Leonardo da Vinci's thinking that everything is connected to everything else, being able to see connections and relationships is one characteristic of a creative mind. Simple exercises and games can cultivate such a mind. Some of the games are: find similarities between 2 unrelated items, for example a goldfish and a spacecraft. Play brain teasers such as puzzles and riddles. Create puzzles and riddles. Watch illusions and think of how they are performed, then reading or watching a video on how it is done. Play games such as expressing one sensory input through another, for example, creating a visual depiction of a classical piece of music, creating poetry from listening to a piece of classical music that has no lyrics, reading a short story and drawing a picture from it, describing taste in terms of colors. If I were not a physicist, I would probably be a musician. I often think in music. I live my daydreams in music. I see my life in terms of music. I get most joy in life out of music. Albert Einstein, describing sounds or music in terms of colors, giving facial expressions to the letters of the alphabet, finding connections between extremely disconnected subjects, for example, engines to ballet dance, or ballet to love. Creating jokes. Humor is considered the highest form of creativity. Teresa Amabile, Edsel Bryant Ford Professor of Business Administration and head of the Entrepreneurship and Service Management Unit at Harvard Business School, postulates, in her theory of general creativity, that there are 3 essential components of general creativity at the workplace: domain-relevant skills, creativity-relevant mental processes, task, motivation, domain-relevant skills. Knowledge in a particular domain is essential. Intimate knowledge in a particular domain gives the creative problem solver more choices. However, creative problem solvers are also open to continuous learning and tend to apply knowledge or solutions from other domains into their domain of expertise. This is echoed by Csikszentmihalyi, who found that a key characteristic of creative individuals is their mastery of a domain of knowledge or skill. We should therefore encourage students to pursue a body of knowledge or skill that they are most passionate about. This could be as diverse as ranging from biology or inline skating. Creativity-relevant processes. Creativity-relevant processes are skills of fostering creative problem-solving. Breaking the perceptual mindset is one such example. Mind mapping is a creativity-relevant process. Dig a well before you are thirsty. Chinese proverb, suspending judgment, remembering accurately, playing with imagination, daydreaming, and applying heuristics are other examples. Task updates. Task motivation refers to intrinsic motivation. Creative problem solvers and problem finders are highly motivated in their work. Nobel Prize laureate physicist Arthur Shallow, talking about creativity, said, "The love of labor aspect is important. The most successful scientists often are not the most talented, but the ones who are just impelled by curiosity. They've got to know what the answer is." Albert Einstein talked about intrinsic motivation as the enjoyment of seeing and searching. The novelist John Irving said, "The reason why I can work so hard at my writing is that it is not work for me." Csikszentmihalyi also concluded that a major distinguishing characteristic of creative people is the capacity to experience flow, the state of mind that experiences timelessness and oneness with the activity that one is engaged in. They become caught up in the process of creating. He estimates that flow states are usually no more than 2 hours at a stretch, and that it can occur up to several times a day. Tony Buzan concluded that creativity is a whole brain activity, and when the individual learns to engage both sides of the brain, creativity is enhanced, and one way to activate both sides of the brain is to use mind maps. Imagination. Imagination is the creation of images. This can be done mentally or physically. Here are some ways to promote creativity through the use of imagination. A good teacher has been defined as one who makes himself progressively unnecessary. Thomas J. Carruthers. Drawing images and pictures, creating imageries that interact with the 5 senses, is a powerful way to exercise the imaginative mind. Involve the sense of touch, smell, sight, sound, and taste. Creating metaphors and making stories stirs the imagination like nothing else. Playing zany imagination games like imagining what it would be like if apples were blue or if eggs were square. Scenario building also activates the sense of imagination. This is particularly wonderful in problem finding. Incidentally, innovation is the application of creative solutions and ideas. Revisiting the Post-it note story, recall that Dr. Spence Silver had accidentally developed a useless glue. It took him 5 years of sharing this glue at 3M before he met Art Fry, who later developed an innovative use of the glue by making a connection between his bookmarks, which kept falling off his hymnals, and the concept of the Post-it note. Was the use of the habit of creating, imagining, and innovating, and the habit of interdependent thinking that sparked off the development of a historical product. Product development, marketing, and discoveries are all littered with hundreds and thousands of stories, like Dr. Spence Silver and Art Fry's. Tune up your antenna and listen. You will soon start to pick up these stories, and maybe you will soon have a similar story to tell. The aim of education should be to teach the child to think, not what to think. John Dewey, an acrostic of the factors to foster greater creativity, is listed below. Connecting and discovering relationships between things or subjects is a creative process. Transferring applications from one domain to another exercises the creative muscles of the mind. Reflecting on information and knowledge helps in the incubation process. This process is an essential part of creative thinking. During incubation, the brain plays with the information and knowledge, and, with the help of imagination, starts to create applications for the information and knowledge. Experiencing and stimulating the five senses. The more information, ideas, and experiences a person has, the more seeds he can sow in generating ideas. Enjoying the rich range of experiences through the five senses helps create more thoughts and tickles the imagination. Taste and enjoy all kinds of food and drinks. Chefs, bakers, and cooks are highly creative people. They have a keen sense of what combination of edibles go well with each other. They constantly experiment and create new dishes. When eating out, try different types of food. Be adventurous instead of sticking to what you are familiar with. Take responsible risks. Experience different weather conditions. When you take a walk in the park or a nature reserve, try taking the same walk in fine weather, in the rain, and in the night. And feel the difference. Feel the magnificence of the sea during a storm. Watch the rain. Smell the forest in the early morning. Read a wide genre of materials. Read a wide variety of authors. You may prefer a certain style of writing, but do something unusual. Education is what survives when what has been learned has been forgotten. B.F. Skinner once in a while. Buy that book that least appeals to you. Experience the style of a writer that you are not familiar with. Compare and contrast that to authors you know better. Listen to a wide range of music. If you dislike a particular style of music, maybe just listen to it once and look for positive points where you can appreciate the music. This concept applies to watching movies as well. Experience a wide range of cultures through food, books, music, and movies. Try the theater, drama, concerts, musicals, and other performing arts. Applying past knowledge and ideas from across domains. Timing. Give a thought, incubation time. The creative process cannot be rushed. Enjoying the process and developing a love for the work. Continuous learning. If the mind is likened to a lake, then continuous learning is the stream that refreshes the lake and prevents it from becoming a stagnant pool. We are all born with a biological need to learn, and the more you learn, the more connections, physical neuron connections, your brain makes. Researchers on learning and aging now believe that this biological need to learn lasts throughout our entire lifetime. This keeps the other functions of the brain in tip-top condition. Plan your learning. Even in school, where the school syllabus is already drawn out for you, you can still plan to learn to play the piano, rollerblade, make cookies, or play a new video game. The real problem is not whether machines think, but whether men do. F. Skinner balanced the learning diet by learning a physical skill, a mental skill, and a social skill. As important as the motivation to learn is the skill to learn. Before you embark on more learning, you should learn how your memory works and how you can improve it. Learn how to make associations and create ideas with mind maps. Learn how to take notes using mind maps. Learn how to manage large amounts of data and information with mind maps. Learn how to read and retain large amounts of data and information by understanding how our brain takes in information through the eyes. Learn and practice speed and range reading skills. Know how the learning curve works and make it work for you. Learn the SM 2.0 way. See page 167. Listening with understanding. Practice the 3 P's of listening: pause, paraphrase, and probe. When you pause to listen and in between listening, you allow yourself to integrate the information, feelings, and context of what the speaker is saying. Paraphrasing what the speaker has just said allows you to confirm the facts and also informs the speaker that you have indeed been paying attention to him. Probing allows you to ask pertinent questions to fill in the missing jigsaw pieces, to allow you to see the whole picture, or to make sense of the story in your mind. Learn to suspend judgment and place yourself in the other person's shoes. It's not that I'm so smart, it's just that I stay with problems longer. Albert Einstein. Develop sensory perception skills. Show a 10-minute movie without the soundtrack and ask the students to guess the feelings, intent, and content of that segment. After that, play the movie again, but this time with the soundtrack. See how much communication they received without a word being spoken. Model the art of listening with understanding. You can be the most influential person in cultivating this habit. As you model the meaning of listening with understanding by applying the process of the 3 Ps, you communicate on a daily basis the personification of skillful and sincere listening. Sense of wonderment and awe by bringing the mysteries of different subject areas into the classroom or home. The brain is a truth-seeking mechanism. It also seeks closure. So intrigue your students with mysteries such as the pyramids or Stonehenge. Whet their appetite for scientific research by plumbing the depths of genetic science. Show them inexplicable phenomena like the deep-sea volcanic ecosystem and newly discovered creatures. Ask questions like, how was the English language developed? How was the Great Wall of China built? Did you know that it is the only man-made object that can be viewed from outer space? Can you explain the concept of infinity? There is so much wonder in this world to share. The general who wins the battle makes many calculations in his temple before the battle is fought. The general who loses makes but few calculations beforehand. Sun Tzu television, shows like CNN, ABCNN, and the Oscars, National Geographic and Discovery Channel can provide the feeding ground for awe and wonderment. Using all senses, Leonardo da Vinci said that the average person looks without seeing, listens without hearing, touches without feeling, eats without tasting, moves without physical awareness, inhales without awareness of odor or fragrance, and talks without thinking. We all need to increase the use and sensitivity of our senses. Create a sensational week by playing games emphasizing 1 sense per day for 1 week. Monday, Vision Day. Draw all the hairstyles of your classmates. Have a notebook to draw the individual hairstyle of each classmate. Give a name to the hairstyle. Group the hairstyles. See if you can detect similarities and differences. Are there any famous people who have the same style? Look at your own face and body in the mirror and try to find something you have not noticed before. Do it in private. Describe the color of the sky. Create a magical creature. Tuesday, Hearing Day, Washington. See how many different noises and sounds you can pick up. It does not matter how slowly you go, so long as you do not stop. Confucius. In 1 day, describe them. Listen to your favorite song. Describe the feeling of that song in terms of colors and taste. Find a place or room where there is silence. Listen to it. Listen to the sound of the wind. Wednesday, smell. When you awake, detect the first smell, write it down, and describe it. See if you can recognize your friends through smell. Do they have a distinctive smell? Go out to the park or field and smell the grass, leaves, and plants. Break a leaf and smell it. Does your school bag have a smell? Your ruler, pencil, pen, paper? Be a dog for 10 minutes. See by smelling. Thursday, Tasty Day. What is the first taste you experience in your day? When you eat, find out what ingredients went into the dish. Try to figure out what methods were used to produce the end result. Create a cookbook by writing down the ingredients, reverse engineer style, and the preparation steps. Try something, food or fruit, you have never eaten or tasted. Discover. Learning without thought is labor lost. Thought without learning is perilous. Friday, 761. Touch and Feel Day. Find words to describe at least 10 different types of surfaces you will touch today. Can you increase that to 20? Give your friend or pet a hug. Touch a fish. Play a game with your friend. Blindfold yourself and using only your hands, identify 10 different objects brought to you by your friend. Questioning and problem posing. Questioning is a natural activity that the mind engages in all the time. We only need to allow it to carry out the activity instead of suppressing it. We suppress questioning on certain anti-questioning dispositions, such as, "It's rude to question," or "Let's leave it to the expert, they should know what they are doing, let's not ask too many stupid questions," or "Let's not waste time questioning, just do it." Good questioning habits are cultivated from an earnest desire to understand. It stems from a discomfort of not knowing the whys. We actually ask questions in our minds constantly. Keep a question log to help to capture these background questions that our minds keep asking us. Keeping a log helps you to record the questions that you think are significant and allows you to go back to the log to start the search for the answer. Sometimes in the course of the day or over a period of time, the answer to the question becomes apparent. No matter how busy you may think you are, you must find time for reading or surrender yourself to self-chosen ignorance. Confucius. Problem posing is a high form of the cognitive process. It usually comes in the form of a "what will happen if," or "did I plan for that event or eventuality? Hey, if this kind of thing happened to me, I would be..." Similar to the question log, keep the problem alive in your mind and work towards finding a solution to it to make the habit work for you. In the classroom, a corporate questioning habit can be fostered by asking the class to put down 3 or 4 questions about a particular topic before you teach it. For example, a class may start off with the teacher saying, "Class, we will be exploring the topic of volcanic activity today. What 3 questions would we like to ask before we begin?" The class may generate questions like, "Do volcanoes exist under the ocean? Has anyone ever sent a probe into a volcano and seen how far into the earth it could go? Why are there so few volcanoes today?" Subsequently, each student is expected to come to class with prepared questions. In the office, questioning sets the good companies apart. The quality of a company is directly correlated to the kind of questions that are being asked in the boardrooms and the cubicles. Improving the quality of questions asked requires a climate of mutual respect. Management needs to open itself to questions about why certain policies are implemented. They need to allow themselves to come under the scrutiny of the staff members who will be carrying out the strategies or who are affected by policies. Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Confucius. Thems need to constantly ask themselves if there are better ways to make sales or how marketing is carried out. They constantly need to pose what-if problems or draw up scenarios. Problem posing moves the organization from a reactive mode to a proactive mode, and finally, to a creative mode of thinking. Conversations at home similarly can be used to exercise the mental habits. Mealtime conversations can be problem-posing time or questioning time, applying the question of why to basic facts, such as why do we need to work? And drilling the why 5 times often exposes interesting truths or principles. The early Greeks did that in the synagogues and Parthenons, creating great philosophies of life that we still use today. Applying past knowledge. Leonardo da Vinci's connectivity principle that everything is connected to everything else exhorts us to look for relationships in at least 2 dimensions. One dimension is through finding a relationship across different domains of knowledge. For example, the combination of biosciences and engineering created new fields such as bioengineering and biotechnology. Another dimension is time. Traversing the domain of time allows us to glean with hindsight what worked and what did not. Both outcomes provide tremendous sources of learning. What did not work in the past may now work based on the availability of new technology and knowledge. Finding relationships and ideas across cultures is also likely to help the thought process when a problem has no immediate and apparent solution. When it is obvious that the goals cannot be reached, don't adjust the goals, adjust the action steps. Confucius. Authors comment, to do this, apply the SMART way of achieving your goal. Encourage the habit by asking bridging questions such as, what can be gleaned from our knowledge of geography that can be applied to this maths problem? Are there patterns of conflict resolution in the Cuban Missile Crisis that we can apply to the situation in Iraq today? Make transference of past principles to applications today by doing comparative studies in analysis. Reach deep into the recesses of your past experience as you ask, have I encountered a similar problem before? How did I resolve the problem in that past situation? Constantly finding application across domains and time and drawing parallels encourages the habit of applying past knowledge. Thinking interdependently. Group work is a great way to foster interdependent thinking. However, students new to group work need to know the basics of working together as a team and develop skills such as leadership skills and be equipped with thinking tools such as brainstorming with colleagues for leadership of the team. Give guidance and counsel to the leader on good leadership skills, help them to elicit group thinking, and harness the power of the group. Finding out the mental inclinations of each member of the group helps the leader to mine the mental potential of its members. Thinking interdependently can also be fostered by seeking views from classmates and friends on a variety of topics. For example, an affair. When the mind is thinking, it is talking to itself. Plato. Iazuria. Issue like, would it be a good idea to start a casino in our country? Or, state, could be a project each student could put together. The way to do this is to gather two differing views of people, whether in or outside the school, and incorporate that into their own argument, whether for or against. Thinking interdependently has benefits for creative thinking. As Dave Clark of the American Red Cross says, my network is where I get my best ideas. At home, making group decisions as a family helps each member of the family to see each other's viewpoint on the matter. In the office, interdependent thinking elicits a greater sense of ownership in the final decision. Persisting. A good start to developing persistence is to help your students to develop a plan to achieve a goal. Start with a very short-term goal, like completing the math problems. You can help them to divide the task into 30-minute sessions. Teach them how to explore ways to overcome difficulty when they become stuck on a problem, like trying a different approach, or thinking about past questions they have encountered and the strategies they used to solve it. Teach them to back up on a problem and approach it from another perspective. Finally, teach them where and how to get help. At the end of this session, give them a reward appropriate for that task. The reward itself should not be a distraction or be bigger than the task. Intrinsic motivation must ultimately replace the need for any reward. However, the initial journey can be spiced up and made more fun if zany rewards can be placed at various milestones of the journey. Success is a lousy teacher. It seduces smart people into thinking they can't lose. Bill Gates set out projects that require longer-term planning, like a project to build an aquarium or a hamster house. Break the task into a series of steps and set milestones. For example, setting up the fish tank. It will require considerable fact-finding on the price, size, and type of tank. Once you have made the purchase of the tank, celebrate a little. Document the project in a scrapbook. Then comes the type of fish to put in the tank. Again, research is important in helping the family decide on the fish. Do you want fish that breed easily, or fish that are easy to care for, or fish that look lovely to watch? Buying the fish and creating the environment that best supports a fish will take some time. Once the fish is in the tank, have another milestone celebration. Then the naming of the fish is great fun. And finally, naming the tank. For example, after someone who had great persistence, like Thomas Edison, will add the final touches of a project that is both fun and that practices the habit of persistence, sticking to a task until it is completed. Something about rewards. Some parents are concerned that giving rewards might lead to children looking to external gratification instead of an intrinsic sense of excellence. There are no side effects if the rewards are 1. Negotiated up front, 2. Not bigger than the task itself, and 4. Not emphasized more than the task. Rewards are good for encouraging and developing new habits. Once the neural pathways are set, the habit will soon replace the need for reward. Think about how we get into the habit of brushing our teeth. Our parents might initially have had to entice us with little rewards, but once the habit was formed, it took on a life of its own. Thinking is the hardest work there is, which is probably the reason why so few engage in it. Henry Ford's comment, "Many people do think, but few think skillfully." This is what we want to achieve in forming the habits of mind. Creating worthwhile goals makes the individual tasks worthwhile. Feeling have a hard time looking at the big picture. This ability to see the whole is an attribute of great leaders and thinkers. This helicopter view is valued in large corporations and often one of the factors determining the employability and promotion of staff. The ability to see the big picture has a strong correlation with the habit of persisting. This ability helps people stay on a task, no matter how small or difficult, because they know the importance of that task in the process of achieving the larger vision. Many who persisted were very clear of the reason for persisting. It is a high view of their goals that drives them to keep on going on. It is something that is bigger than themselves, that allows them to delay gratification, sometimes delaying the gratification for more than one lifetime. In the case of Terry Fox, his goal was bigger than his life, as he knew that there was a high possibility that he would not complete the mission. Yet, his persistence and courage inspired the world to continue the worthy goal of cancer research. Today, millions are benefiting from the persistence of Terry Fox, teaching skills to get out of the rut. There are many excellent tools to help students get out of the rut. Knowing how your brain works in creating memories will help a student find better ways of remembering formulas, dates, names, places, and facts. Teaching how to mind map will help students to organize their thoughts, make learning fun, generate more ideas. Few people think more than 2 or 3 times a year. I have made an international reputation for myself by thinking once or twice a week. George Bernard Shaw, Managing Projects and Learning with a Helicopter View. The SM2ART way to achieve goals. A simple way to developing a strong habit of persisting is embodied in a system of planning called SM2ART. This is a way of pursuing a goal. Start with a goal. Make your goal worthy. Make the goal measurable. Make it achievable. Make it public. Write it down and paste it on a wall or place where you will see it every day. In particular, when you make your goal public and you talk about it, several things happen. People will help reaffirm your goal. If, for example, you decide to pursue the goal of becoming a concert pianist, talking about it may lead you to someone recommending you to a great concert piano coach. It also creates a cheer team for you. For example, when they meet you again, they may ask, "So how is your piano playing coming along?" Decide how you will know if you are getting nearer the goal. Create a record book or diary so that you know how far you have come in your pursuit. For example, in the piano playing goal, you may have a series of progression on levels of sustained thinking, well to your piano exams, or you may have a chance to audition for performances. Monitor the process of getting to the goal. Make sure the rhythm of commitment is for your own comfort. At regular intervals, take stock of your progress or lack of it. This is a feedback mechanism. Seek feedback from others, like your friends, coach, teachers, or parents. Receive these feedbacks positively and just your process. Using the information from the feedback, make adjustments to the process. If you are not sure how to make adjustments, seek professional help from a teacher or mentor. Find out how you can make progress that you are happy with. Proceed the process. After making those adjustments, get back on the path. Continue the journey. Triumph. If you run through the SM2 more steps, you will soon be on your way to triumph. No matter how many times you need to run the SM2 more, you will certainly reach the triumph stage. Taking responsible risks. We take risks every day, in every situation. Even in indecision there is risk. Create a way to weigh risk. One simple way is to ask these 4 questions. Reward. What is the reward we are seeking to attain? Does it justify? It is not the IQ, but the I will that is most important in education. Anon. The risk taken. The decision has been informed. Have they been informed? Have their views been taken into account? Safety. Are there safety nets or safety valves in the event there is danger? What kind of dangers are there? Physical, health, or financial? How can we create first aid boxes, strategies to rescue the situation if something unexpected happens? What is the worst case scenario? Can we bear the loss? Are human lives involved? Knowledge, do we know enough about the matter to make a sound judgment? Are there experts we can go to for advice? Is there past knowledge we can seek to avoid pitfalls? Encourage students to take risks in project work, but balance that encouragement with guidance and good counsel. After the project, conduct an analysis of the risk-taking process. How can they make better judgment in the future? Is there any lesson they can carry into future risk-taking? Know oneself and know your enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories. Chinese proverb. Take the fear out of risk by teaching them the SM2RT way of working. If they have developed the process of self-directed adjustment, they will be able to continually make adjustments to their goals and processes to minimize risk. The biggest risk is not the risk of failure. It is the risk of failing to try. One of the greatest disservices we can do for our students is to train them to avoid risk. Conversely, encouraging risk-taking without proper risk management techniques and disposition would be like sending soldiers into battle without proper combat training and equipment. The school environment is the safest environment for students to learn to take risks. Create situations to train them and habituate the habit of taking responsible risks. Precision of language and thought. As you receive unclear forms of communication, use skillful questions to clarify and to make more precise the speaker's intent. When you speak, practice clear language. Giving essential details in a task, for example, instead of saying, clean your room, it could be better communicated with the 5 W's and H. Why, when, what, who, where, and how, being aware of the intent of the communication, as it is important in determining the degree of clarity and the level of precision. If you are giving directions to a driver, it is important to be exact in your details. If you are describing an event that has just happened, you might do well to decide the relevant facts in order to avoid an "college is not the place to go for ideas" Helen Keller information overload. If you are trying to persuade someone to buy your charity ticket, details about the charity and why they need the money does help you get the buck. Set the standard of communication in your classroom by rejecting fuzzy communication. For example, if a student comes up to you and says, "I am not feeling well today," you may want to ask for details like, "How are you not well? Can you describe the problem? Which part of your body does not feel well?" If students say, My friend says it's okay. You may want to ask, which friend? What is her name? Is she a school friend? What is okay? It is important for each student to check their work for clarity of communication. Setting high standards of accuracy in communication while striving for accuracy. Striving for accuracy in performing a task is quite easily achieved through a process of checking, editing, and verifying. At a deeper habitual level, the habit of striving for accuracy is effected through a sense of ownership of the task, a sense of craftsmanship, and a desire for excellence. Various practices build the habit of striving for accuracy. In this environment, work that displays a high standard of craftsmanship is rewarded. A piece of well-written essay can be celebrated and talked about. Speak of the good choice of words and language. Commend the detailed research that went into the essay. Praise the use of accurate diagrams and clean lines. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Chinese proverb used to draw the pictures. In mathematics, accuracy can be measured by the low rate of arithmetic errors, the accurate use of nomenclature and symbols, or the right description of units of measure. At the workplace, materials should be proofread before it is sent to the printers. If the cause of the lack of accuracy is the lack of time, can projects be rescheduled to allow more time to be accurate? Is market information reliable, or is it based on rumors and gossip? Are critical decisions based on such information? Managing impulsivity, a key source of conflict in the workplace, can be traced to impulsive behavior. Blurting out a comment too quickly can cause hurt and resentment amongst coworkers. Regulating an impulsive behavior at work needs constant reminders to think before acting, ensuring that each task has a plan, no matter how simple, helps to manage impulsivity. At the start of the day, drafting a simple plan for the day helps you to make more effective decisions on the use of time and also gives you a quick overview of what needs to be done first. If you are teaching a young class, you may try to establish simple rules in the class. For example, setting a rule that after you have asked a question, everyone must count to 10 before giving the answer. For older children, you may ask them to plan and show their plans to you before embarking on the work. It is especially challenging to coach skills in impulsive children. Delivering and coaching skills requires a lot of verbal diplomacy, or the message gets pushed away as unfair criticism. The coaching voice is calm, clear, and objective. The calming qualities soothe the brain. The brain is a wonderful organ. It starts working the moment you get up in the morning and does not stop until you get into the office. Robert Frost's impulsive child's excitability and anxiety and the affection supports the image of the coach as one who stands on their side against the problem of impulsivity. Since impulsivity can easily escalate into anger and even physical abuse, coaches must not precipitate more problems by responding with harsh tones, intimidating, or threatening forms of communication. How do you coach your students to manage impulsivity? Time is one of the key concepts in managing impulsivity. In a classroom setting, established wait time is one method to signal to the class that managing impulsivity is valued in the class. You can create a rule where no one can put up their hand or blurt an answer until they have counted to 5 after the question has ended. Timing in conversations can also be taught. One analogy is how cars pass each other on a single-lane road. You must wait till there is a clear stretch or an appropriate time before it is your turn to pass. Children can be taught to wait till someone finishes his conversation or has made a point or concluded his point before talking. Watching for nonverbal cues, such as facial expressions or hand gestures, also adds to the control of impulsive behavior. Metacognition. One of the difficulties of working on habituating metacognition is the invisibility of the process. We have to use various methods to draw out the thinking and make it explicit to enable us to monitor and instruct. Here are several ideas you can use to help cultivate the habit of metacognition. Questioning. Skillful questioning helps to direct a student's thoughts and can help us encourage making a lot of thinking to them in the beginning of the process so we can script it in the end. John Dewey's author's comment, when you are not problem-solving, engage in problem-finding. Help train metacognitive skills. Questions such as, why did you choose this over that? Are one way to activate the process of metacognition. Describe the steps you took to arrive at the answer is another way. What assumptions did you make in order to arrive at the answer? Are good questions to engage the person's metacognitive awareness. Encourage reflection. Keep a mind or thought journal and record your reflections. In scaffolding students' thinking, the initial journals may follow a pre-ordered structure, such as things I did well, things I did not do well, and things that surprised me. Subsequent stages may require the journal writer to state the reasons why those things are the way it was. Final stages of the journal guidelines may include a section on measures that the writer would take to change things in the future. Find an accountability partner to keep you on track on reflection. Share your reflections for the past week or session, including comments, strategy concepts, and use of rubrics. Giving and receiving feedback is a good way to engage and cultivate metacognition. Creating the feedback criteria using rubrics would give a person organized opportunities to think about what success would look like at every stage. Before embarking on the task, have the person plan the strategy to achieve the desired outcome. After the task or event, assess his performance based on the rubric to give him the opportunity to relate what he has targeted as success against what he has achieved. Make written notes on why he did or did not achieve his targets to encourage metacognition. A man is not idle because he is absorbed in thought. There is visible labor and an invisible labor. Victor Hugo. Humor. Find humor in the workplace to make the working environment fun and enjoyable. Being able to laugh at yourself is a liberating and de-stressing process. It will also win you friends. Enjoying humor and comedy on television or the theater builds the habit of finding humor. Practice making puns. It is a creative process and also develops your vocabulary. Valuing SUCCS at the workplace. One powerful way of encouraging students to value the habits is for the school to incorporate it in its staff appraisal system. When students know that even staff members are being measured against the standards they are being taught, it sends out a powerful message that the habits of SUCCS is a real-world application, which they have to take seriously. It moves the concept from theory into practice right before their eyes. An example of how such an appraisal system can take place is illustrated here. At the Art Costa Center for Thinking and its sister organizations, staff are appraised using the habits. In that particular environment, it may not be necessary to adopt all 16 habits. A way to foster a greater sense of ownership and identity with the habits is to allow the staff to select the core habits that they wish to adopt. The convenient number is about 5 to 7. The process of making the selection allows them to understand and assess each habit, a shared vision of how the habits can help them become more competitive in the marketplace. Highlights the reason for valuing the habits. The secret of success is constancy of purpose. Benjamin Disraeli, Practicing Habits of SUVC at Home. The home is a good place to start practicing the habits of SUC. Seek consensus among your family members to select 5 to 7 habits that you think you would like to have as a family. This set of family habits will be like a hallmark of your family. Create an acronym or slogan with this set of habits. Find a place on the wall to put this up and create icons or posters to remind you of the habits you have chosen. Find opportunities to talk about these habits over meal times, when discussing a problem, or when making decision together. Talk about current events and bring the habits into juxtaposition. For example, When the family is watching a television show, you can use the habits as points of discussion about the flaws or the good points of a particular character. For my family, we had chosen the following: creating, imagining, and innovating, listening with understanding and empathy, impulsivity management, persisting, precision of language and thought, open to continuous learning, humor. The acronym of the habits spells clip, push. Poich is part of the Chinese name my wife and I share, and clip is to put both of us together. We chose the 7 habits based on what we value as a family. We also found a place in the house to put up posters, changing the poster once a week. Therefore, over 7 weeks, we would have reminded ourselves of the habits we have chosen. During study time or meal times, where appropriate, we talk about the habits, particularly in problem solving. When guests come over to our house, we explain the posters, giving us another opportunity to deepen our commitment and understanding of the habits. Never express yourself more clearly than you think. Niels Bohr, Chapter 12, Mind Mapping in the Habits of SUC, Kyler. U. Timothy Poseidon. Mind mapping was invented by Tony Buzan. It gained popularity after the launch of the classic book Use Your Head in 1974. Since then, more than 5 million books written by Tony Buzan have been sold, and it is estimated that more than 200 million people around the world mind map. The use of mind maps is a wonderful way to promote and sustain the habits of SUSECT. Metacognition. Mind mapping helps to develop metacognitive skills through the constant need to assess the associative relationships between items placed on the mind map. The process of mind mapping is a learning process because the mapper needs to choose key words of the Buzan organization for which the mind mapping is associated. The Buzan organization is famous for its high-status map device and the habits of success. Key word choices require a metacognitive process of comparing several words at once and making a decision on which word to use. Experienced mappers take a fraction of a second to arrive at the choice. Quality of choices improves over time as the mapper does more mind mapping. Mind mapping correctly trains the brain in metacognition. After choosing the key words, the mapper needs to make meaningful associations between the key words through the drawing of branches. This exercises the metacognitive skill of the mapper as he chooses the branch relationship. The habit of metacognition can be further exercised by the mapper as he explains to himself the relationships between the branches and links on the mind map. The mapper has to retrace the decision process and thus create a metacognitive exercise. This can also be used by an instructor in a classroom setting. Retracing the process helps improve memory by strengthening the visual memory trace as well as the logical memory trace. In the workplace, metacognition is enhanced through the review of the decision and thinking processes displayed by the mind map, thinking flexibly. Flexible thinking requires the thinker to hold the central thought while pursuing a divergent range of ideas. The flexible thinker can process various solutions and scenarios in parallel and see its effects and implications in the mind's eye. For this purpose, mind mapping is one of the best thinking tools. The central image focuses the brain on the subject, while allowing the thinker to freely explore the myriads of possibilities without losing the centrality of the subject. In addition, each thought is connected to the central image. And Tony Buzan didn't invent the brain. He did invent the instructions. John Husbands, MD, Institute of Management. Therefore, linkages and relationships are evident to the thinker almost instantaneously. The ability to record thoughts on paper in this manner relaxes the mind from the fear of being lost in the expanding thoughts. When the thoughts are documented in a radiant fashion, it mimics the way the brain develops those thoughts. The thinker can return to the map at any time and obtain a bird's-eye view of the thought processes. This bird's-eye view allows the thinker to reassess his thinking pattern and enhances further flexible thinking. A fun way of thinking flexibly and creatively would be to create a mind map with no central image. This activity can be used to solve a problem such as where to go for a family holiday. Each family member creates a branch of his ideal place to have a holiday. Each branch is then brought to the mind map and placed around a blank space. See example, e-letters. The family members then take a few hours, or even a few days, to see in their mind's eye a place that can fulfill the central image. Once a possible central image is found, that is where the vacation should be. Similar problem-solving approaches requiring flexible thinking can be conducted, creating, imagining, and innovating. One measure of creativity is how far removed is the thought from the original thought and yet still retains a relationship. In this respect, the radiant nature of mind maps can expand a thought almost perpetually, while retaining the relationship with the original thought. This is almost like a spaceship maintaining contact with the central command while exploring the galaxy. Business and other organizations have many needs that can be satisfied by properly constructed mind maps. Clive Lewis. Another measure of creativity is the quantity of ideas generated. The radiant nature of mind maps generate ideas at a phenomenal rate. Studies have shown that mind maps can easily create up to 10 times more ideas than traditional brainstorming techniques. The root word for imagination is creating pictures. We think in pictures. Mind maps encourage the use of images to enhance thinking. The drawing of pictures in a mind map stimulates the mind to generate more ideas, as it triggers the whole brain to work together, therefore multiplying the thinking efficacy. Innovation is the application of creative ideas in practical ways. Mind maps allow the thinker to generate more innovative products and solutions in the same way it enhances creativity and imagination. Persistent. A component of persistence is knowing how each piece of work is significant to the whole. Often, students cannot see the significance in the task they are doing, and therefore trivialize it. They then give up easily as they think it is not worth putting so much effort to achieve a trivial task. Mind maps give the thinker a clear picture of the role of each part of the task. The role of each task is also clearly marked out and thus allows the thinker to seek alternative solutions if the current solution is not working out the way it was anticipated. Persistence is also enhanced as the mind map allows the user to be creative in seeking multiple solutions. It passes control over from the situation or event over to the mapper. For example, if a strategy does not seem to work well, the person can return to the mind map and see how a new strategy can be developed. Quote, Tony Buzan's mind map book will do for the brain what the Edison Phillips mind map book will do for the brain, what Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time did for the universe. Raymond Keane, OBE, chess grandmaster, based on the analysis of the old strategy in relation to the mind map. Perhaps a new branch can be developed off a different aspect of the project. Listening with understanding and empathy. If a thinker starts to mind map the thoughts of the speaker, the thought patterns of the speaker become more evident to the listener. In a situation when the speaker is a lecturer, mind mapping the lecture focuses the mapper on finding the main themes of thought and relating each thought to the previous ones. If no apparent relationship can be found, a new theme is mapped and expanded upon. Listening for key words for placement on the map sensitizes the listener to listen between words. Much like reading between the lines, or even behind them, even if the speaker does not inspire, the listener can inspire himself with lots of imagery in his maps, thus keeping himself interested in the topic. In a one-to-one listening situation, the listener can also mind map the conversation. If it is inappropriate to mind map during the conversation, the listener can mind map the conversation afterwards. The very thought of doing it sharpens the listening ear in the same way as though the mind mapping was done on the spot. Managing impulsivity. When we encourage students to make a habit of planning before doing anything, no matter how small or trivial the task may be, they learn to manage impulsivity. One fun and simple way of planning is to do a mini mind map of the task. This can be a mini mind map of the task. This can be a mini mind map of the task. Ken Blanchard, author of 1 Minute Manager. Quick single-color mind map for small and trivial tasks, and a more elaborate full-colored one for more major tasks. Proficient of language and thought. There are misconceptions that mind mapping is detrimental to language development. This conclusion is drawn from the understanding that mind mapping uses single words, and the words, when connected, are void of conjunctions and punctuations. However, that perception of mind maps is wrong. While mind mapping does not engage whole sentences, it is not meant to replace the written text. It certainly is not competing to replace poetry and expressive writing. It is designed to mimic the way the brain thinks. The brain certainly does not think in complete sentences. As mind mapping uses fewer words, the choice of words attains a high level of importance. This choice requires the thinker to be very clear of the language he uses to represent the thought. This process of choosing keywords carefully trains the mind to be precise in its thinking, and therefore cultivates the habit of precision of language and thought, interdependent thinking. The power of interdependent thinking can be harnessed through the use of mind maps. Here are just 2 examples. Brain blooming. In brain blooming, groups generate ideas with the use of mind maps. Each member of the team first takes between 5 to 10 minutes to individually, without any discussion, create their own mind map of ideas around a common theme or problem. Each chooses a central image they feel best describes the theme or problem, and then draws as many branches and sub-branches as. The use of mind mapping is an integral part of my quality improvement program here at Boeing. This program has provided savings of over $10 million this year for my organization, USA. They wish and fills them up, drawing more as it becomes necessary. After the individual exercise, the team members come together to add on to each other's ideas by writing down on pieces of paper each idea. Overlapping ideas are automatically merged. The pieces of ideas are then placed on a wall, and everyone in the team takes an overview of the ideas and starts to suggest themes that these ideas can be regrouped into. Active discussion is encouraged at this stage. This process can be done over a few hours or a few days. Once there is an emergence of themes, and the group is happy with the themes, a new mind map is drawn, with the main branches as the themes and the ideas grouped as how the team sees it. A true meeting of minds and a collectively forged vision. Branches of this size. The process can be drawn over a few hours or a collectively forged vision. A second method of using mind maps to facilitate interdependent thinking is to work on a group mind map. In this method of working, a commonly agreed central image is drawn. If a common image has not been agreed, then it can be left blank for the moment, but the central idea or problem can be articulated. The main branches are then decided upon, and each member of the team works on developing in a branch. This completed branch is then grafted back onto the central image, or a central blank space. Each branch member then articulates his idea about the branch. If there is no central image at the start, this will be a good time to talk about a common vision, i.e., a central image, striving for accuracy. I believe that an ability to mind map is a lifelong skill that everyone can apply to good effect in a corporate development environment. A Prof Cheng National University of Singapore mind map engenders a sense of craftsmanship. Students and adults who draw mind maps often direct their efforts in creating beautiful mind maps. As they focus their attention in making their mind maps attractive and beautiful, the mind is actually being given a revision of the lesson or work. This is because our brain naturally remembers images. Revision, as the word suggests, is simply seeing again. Choosing keywords is also an exercise in accuracy. Choosing the relationship of the branches requires careful thinking and planning. Choosing images and colors all add to the process of accuracy. Applying past knowledge mind maps enhance memory and therefore are a natural ally in building the habit of applying past knowledge. They make easy management of information because of their ability to put massive amounts of information on a piece of paper. They allow the user to see in a larger perspective the interrelationships among the information. This helps make greater connections between subject areas, taking responsible risks. Mind maps help you to plan your undertaking. The multi-ordinate nature of mind mapping allows you to cover more angles of thought and helps you see the possible pitfalls and risks. This method of planning and managing reduces risk by making it easier to identify risks. In the same way it reveals the risks through better thinking, it also allows you to see the variety of possibilities in tackling the risks. Mind map is the true global language. Mr. Ronald Tan, Executive Director, Singapore Institute of Management Platform, went to more detail about some of the inclusions and exercises in the lesson schedules for teachers, including key components to continuous learning is the joy of learning. As mind maps are really enjoyable to create, they make the learning process fun and entertaining. They facilitate quicker absorption and understanding of information. Therefore, they aid in the cultivation of the habit of continuous learning. Responding with awe and wonderment. When you present a beautifully drawn mind map of a subject, you inspire awe and wonderment. Information presented in a brain-friendly way promote a sense of wonderment of the subject matter. The natural beauty of the mind map and the drawings that build it evoke similar emotions like those who admire a masterpiece painting in a museum. Consider the following description of the pyramids. Therefore, using mind maps as an in-class exercise is one more tool that economics instructors can add to their portfolio of active learning activities as they seek to move beyond chalk and talk. Becker and Watts, 1996. Now consider the same information presented in a mind map here. Finding humor. No other tool allows you to infuse humor like mind maps. Because of the infusion of drawings, images, and symbols in the mind map, many mind mappers actually draw hilarious and funny pictures as a way to help make the lesson or task fun and entertaining. The mind loves such images in the same way that we are drawn to cartoons. Caricatures, cartoons, and funny expressions all add to the inclusion of the habit of finding humor into learning and working. Consider the following mind map example of a mind map employing humor. My kids become more focused when I used mind map in my classroom. Beijing teacher, using all senses. Option 3. Graphics provided by Chitiberative Art and Writing Tutorial. Strong memories are built around a strong association of all the 5 senses to the thing, event, word, or equation that you wish to remember. Mind maps can help you establish a visual imagery of how the smell, taste, feel, sound, and sight of the image. In addition to the imagination, there are scented pens and ink, acrylic markers that can make a mind map tactile and aromatic. Consider the following image of photosynthesis, questioning and problem posing. A basic way of improving questioning and problem posing is to draw a central image of the task or problem at hand, and then using each branch to expand on the question. For example, a school project on how to reduce noise in the school canteen may be drawn as follows. The nature of mind maps can facilitate richer and broader associations and hence better learning. Busan. A recent experiment in a landmark exercise conducted by the BBC in 2002 and aired on the BBC program In Search of Genius Tony Buzan conducted a series of lessons for 6 of the worst-performing students at one of England's poorest schools. Psychologists from the Institute of Education, University of London, tested these students. The tests and interviews placed them in the category of educationally subnormal range. Tony Buzan spent 21 hours of intervention sessions over a 6-month period to work with the students. During these sessions, Tony Buzan introduced the following concepts: mind mapping, brain theory and physiology memory, reading and comprehension study skills, creative thinking, mind and body integration thinking skills, multiple intelligence, ethics and citizenship. They were taught through activities and exercises on how to mind map. Tony also taught them about how their brain works, teaching them that with simple training, they can actually improve their memory. He also encouraged them to use their senses, increase their creativity and self-confidence. The same educational psychologists tested the same students after the intervention lessons and found remarkable improvement. The nature of mind maps can facilitate richer and broader associations, and hence better learning. Buzan. At the end of the 6 lessons over 6 months, the students' abilities improved so much that these same psychologists said that if they had not tested the students themselves, they would probably not have believed the results of the tests. At the end of the program, the students put together a show and tell session for both educators and parents. The improved abilities of the student astounded even their parents. In the concluding report by the psychologists from the Institute of Education, University of London, they noted that in the areas of verbal reasoning skills, selective attention, and verbal recall, the intervention had a significant impact. In particular, there were notable improvements in the development of essential learning skills in the following areas: greater flexibility of thought, less impulsivity, improved use of strategy, greater confidence, improved expression / more articulate, use of self-correction and self-monitoring strategies, metacognitive strategies. For more information on books and courses on, contact support@buzanacia.com or visit thebuzanacia.com or visit the www.buzanacia.com/af. A new generation of mind mapping software can also be used as a digital blank slate to help connect and synthesize ideas and data, and ultimately create new knowledge. Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft. Chapter 13. Story of Jack the Beanstalk, the Oracle, and the Thinking Goose. In a land far away, there lived a farmer and his wife. The farmer was a kind man and had helped many of his neighbors in their time of need. His wife was a loving woman who loved to cook and loved to have friends come over for dinner at their simple home in the middle of their farm. The farmer and his wife had a son by the name of Jack. Jack grew up to be a clever little boy who loved his parents very much. Over the years, the family lived off the land. The weather was good, and each year the crops yielded a good harvest for 7 good years. Then there came unusual events in the weather patterns, and the crops started yielding poor harvests. One day the farmer said to Jack, "Son, our crops are not doing very well, and we need to sell the cow to get some money to sustain us. Can you take the cow and go down to the marketplace to sell it for some money?" Jack dutifully took the cow and went on his way. He packed some food and drinks for the long journey into the town, where the marketplace was located. After 3 days, Jack finally entered the town and was walking towards the marketplace to sell the cow when he saw a strange old lady. The lady saw the desperate look on Jack's face as he pulled his cow along. She signaled him over and called out in a scratchy voice, "Come over here, little boy." Jack, mesmerized by her gnarled, weathered face, went over to her. "What are you to do? With the cow, eh?" "When I need to sell the cow for money, because the land is not yielding very much crop now, said Jack. But I can give you something more valuable than money if you give me the cow. The lady negotiated. What is that something? Asked Jack curiously. Well, it's the seed of knowledge of the future, my boy, the lady said. I don't really think so. I really need some money, Jack replied, feeling afraid and suspicious at the same time. Well, let me tell to you something, little boy, the lady explained. They call me the Oracle around here, and I have given some very, very good advice to many, many people. You will regret it if you don't take my offer. The lady persuaded. Anyway, I really need the cow for the milk it can give me. My bones are getting brittle, and I need to have some calcium. As the Oracle pleaded, Jack started feeling sorry for her. He felt that maybe she could be right. All right, I will trade my cow for your seeds. So with that, Jack became the proud owner of the seed, of knowledge of the future. Live well, my boy, and don't forget to share the knowledge, the Oracle said, as she walked the cow towards the town. Live well, my boy, and don't, Jack said as he turned around. But in a flash the Oracle was gone. Jack was both excited and fearful. He thought to himself, what if the Oracle was telling the truth? And yet he was afraid to be wrong. He ran most of the way back to the farm. At the farm, his parents were eagerly waiting for his return. When he came back and told his parents what happened, they said, to him, Jack, we're not sure if you made a good decision, but since you took a risk to get these seeds, let's plant them and see what happens. They planted the seeds just outside the house and made sure it was well watered and received sunlight. 3 days passed and nothing happened. On the 4th day, just as their hopes were waning, Jack saw a green, supple leaf shoot through the ground. On the 5th day, there was a beanstalk standing in their garden, rising over the top of the clouds. Jack and his parents were astounded. He decided to climb it to see what was at the top. Soon Jack was above the clouds, and there he saw the most unbelievable sight. The land was vast, but there was only one road leading to a giant house. Jack nodded and said, as Jack came near to it, a giant came out of the house and spoke in a thundering voice, saying, You must be Jack. Jack was terrified. How did you know my name? Oh, the Oracle told me. See, she is right here in the house. As he spoke, the Oracle came out of the house, no longer gnarled looking and no longer with the scratchy voice, saying, I am delighted that you took my advice. I will now reward you for your effort by giving you the thinking goose. The Oracle handed Jack a goose wearing reading glasses. It looked almost like a school headmaster. The Oracle sat Jack down over tea and told him the future. Dear Jack, let me tell you what will happen soon, said the Oracle. The world will change. Farming will give way to industrialization. Industrialization will give way to computerization. And computerization will give way to societies who can create new ideas, who can create new products, and solve many of the world's problems. The way people are taught will also change. At this time when farming is important, people teach their children how to farm. Farming ideas and techniques did not appear to change rapidly, and so information did not change so fast. Formal mass education is not so critical in this age. Skills can still be taught from father to son. When the industrial age comes, people will need better education in new skills such as engineering. There will be a great demand for educated workers who know how to operate machines, work in factories, and sell goods. During this time, the education system will become more widespread, and many will attend school. When the computer age comes, people will be able to talk to each other across the seas. Every nation can be visited by airships, and people can travel across the earth in less than 1 day. Ships on the ocean can carry vast amounts of produce from every nation on earth. Food prices will drop, goods will become affordable, and productivity will rise to an all-time high. Everyone will live like a king. Meteorized after the computerization age, the world will enter an age of thinking, where information is now available at a touch of a button. Whether you are 5 years old or 85 years old, you can access the same amount of information. Information will become cheap. Thinking skills will become expensive because many will not know how to think. The schools will have, for more than 100 years, been teaching people knowledge and how to get knowledge. They will have forgotten to teach people to think, to be good problem solvers, to be creative, and to generate ideas. At the end of the talk, Jack was in a daze. He wanted to know more, but the oracle said it was time for him to return home. He will have the goose as his companion, and the goose will help him. Jack and his family began to work the farm with new knowledge. The goose was constantly asking Jack questions to help him think. Jack developed advanced farming techniques that helped the farm produce 100 times what it normally would have yielded. He began to teach them to others as well. The community prospered and also became a thoughtful, caring community. Jack continued to lead the community in thinking about the way their children developed and learned. They began to raise a community of thinkers. Over time, they overcame many of the problems that beset their world, just like what the oracle told them would happen.